just me talking to make sure that yeah, there we go. So go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to tonight's discussion. Tonight's discussion will be on editing the human genome for all sorts of purposes. What are the ethics and practicalities? And we're going to try to really explore the issues in a way that leaves you at home feeling more informed about this topic. Tonight we have myself. I am Ninetails Cosmic Fox, aka Melanie J. Scarlet. So most people will refer to me as Melanie on here, I believe. She, her pronouns for those who are curious. And you can find me at Twitter. I still call it Twitter. And it's at M9Scarlet. That's the letter M, the number 9, and Scarlet with 2 T's. Everything else branches out from there. If I stream on Twitch, I'll post it there. So that's where to follow me for now. Other than that, I'm an intellectual leftist debater, social ecologist under the Bookchinian branch. If you're curious, look that up. And otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy tonight's show. Carl, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name's Carl, aka Soyaddle, and I'm broadcasting here on soyaddle.tv, which takes you right to my Twitch channel. You can go to YouTube, find me at Soyaddle. You can also find me every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific at the Ecomodernist channel live. Corey, why don't you go ahead and we'll get into advertising this as soon as I know your Twitter handle.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Corey Campbell, aka Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. And you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. And I'll also college Twitter and Instagram and YouTube at It's Corey Campbell. I'm looking forward to getting into it.
Wonderful. So there it is. It's Corey Campbell. And I'm going to promote the YouTube because that's the best viewing experience I find, unfortunately, for mobile users, even though the chat's pretty bad. There we go. And I'll send out that link to...
You're on Twitch, correct?
I am on Twitch primarily, but I love to share everything else. Oh, I'm going to DM you. So let me get that done. Oh, we have a group chat. I'll just send it to the group chat.
I wound up finding you on Kick.
There we go. Yeah, Kick everywhere, really. I really like the multi-streaming. So I know that Corey has more expertise in this, so I'm happy to put my neck on the line and sort of state my position, and I'm welcome to hear any feedback, any criticism, because I think at least this is based in sort of the historic perspective, and I'd love to know answers. I have questions about how to apply this perspective into the future. So eugenics. Eugenics is the pseudoscientific theory that claims it's possible to perfect humankind and groups of humans through genetics and the scientific laws of inheritance. In other words, that within the human genome, there are good and bad traits which can be manipulated through heredity in order to purify humankind. So this idea reinforced the thought that we should prevent different racial groups from reproducing, and the idea that something as benign as homosexuality should be removed from the human genome. And I'm bi, so it kind of matters to me to think that I would be selected against. This remains pseudoscientific because there are a multitude of genes which contribute to what we thought were negative attributes, as well as complex gene activations and environmental factors which contribute to these attributes. More often than not, the historic bad traits were caused or reinforced by poverty and not necessarily genetics. Eugenics historically restricted the lower classes and racial minorities from reproducing when it was applied, rather than creating a Gattaca-style scenario with a true genetic underclass. And I think there's a lot of good stuff to discuss there. So where have I misstepped, Corey?
I personally don't think you've misstepped thus far. I think you give a pretty good, broad overall historical overview. And I also very much appreciate the Gattaca reference. Great movie. that I don't think people, not enough people are aware of it. There's, at least in my mind, there's two conversations. Like there's the one sort of like the philosophical one of like, thinking about all of the technological, or rather all of the gene modification stuffs that you can think of. And then there's like what's on the horizon in the next, 10, 20, 30 years. But I think from what you said, I think it's a good overview.
Nice. Well, I'll get right into what my first major topic is, and that's...
May I ask one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, because I did have a question. Were you aren't saying, you're saying like the science, quote unquote, of eliminating a kind is what pseudoscience?
I think that when it comes to the idea, well, so this is where it steps into my personal perspective. My personal perspective is that when it comes to pointing at a person and saying, you are an undesirable and you should not reproduce for the betterment of humankind, that is to me the, what the strain of eugenics from a historical perspective is. And I think that if we tend to slide that idea into a general prohibition against something, we need to be careful about what we're really addressing, and what, I'll get into like things like moral hazard a little bit later.
Sure. Can I also just point out that there are things that, they don't necessarily make people... Am I audible enough, by the way? Should I... Okay. There are things that
you could go up just a little bit. I'll control it on my side.
Okay. No, I'm literally just distance from my mic. I'm sitting and slouching, so now I'm sitting up.
Nice.
There are certain diseases caused by things that we call Mendelian traits. They're not super common, but we know of quite a few diseases that are caused by this. And I want to ask, like, are you separating these statements that you're making from treating ailments that, like, this is probably the only way we can guarantee someone will live without this thing?
Yeah, I think that however you label it, I would prefer to allow a family to decide to remove those traits from their offspring.
Yeah, I see. So yeah, I wanted to understand that a bit better before hearing the next part, so I have better context.
Yeah. Great. So and I mean, perhaps tangential to Mendelian traits is a screening for trisomy 21. And so this is something that is very common in Europe and fairly common in America as well. I personally did decide to screen my daughter for trisomy 21. In my opinion, arguments against trisomy screening are functionally identical to anti-abortion rhetoric. Logically, it matches for me. The accusation that screening for trisomy 21 and aborting at 14 weeks matches the logic that you shouldn't kill a breathing person with a mental handicap. In other words, if these are equivalent decisions, then it's also equivalent that choosing to abort a fetus at 14 weeks would be morally the same as choosing to kill your 2-year-old child because that child is an inconvenience. I think that trisomy screening is good. It's intentional reproduction. It gives my family the best chance to survive and reproduce as we intend.
I don't have. It's tricky.
Yeah.
In principle, like if you're confining to like that alone, I don't have much issue with it. And I'd also just point out, I think this is where I would probably want to distinguish between like the two conversations. Where I would say, there's. So right now, from what I understand, like you screened, and you definitely don't share the outcome if you don't want to. But let's just say, provided, let's say that it was positive, as in this developing fetus had trisomy 21, then you can make that decision. And provided based on what I know of screening, pretty much like the screening is generally within line. I think it has to take place between I think before 18 or 20 weeks or something to that effect.
Right.
But regardless, at that point, I don't have an issue with someone choosing to not continue with, let's say, that pregnancy, as opposed to, so that's like the choice you have now. But then the question becomes at some point of like, okay, what about editing it, assuming that technology is there? And that's where there's the two conversations, where that type of editing probably not on the immediate horizon, because trisomy 21, that's a whole extra chromosome, as opposed to the technology now, even the human trials, it's pretty simple editing. Basically, that's a much higher technical challenge, but we might very well get there. Basically, as of how you outlined it, I see no issue with how the decision-making process happens now. I'm just like, it's whatever, positive or negative. It just allows you to make the decision on whether to continue or not with the pregnancy. That I have no issues with.
Yeah. Well, we can, Melly, unless you have anything, we can move right in on beyond trisomy screening.
Oh yeah, keep going.
All right.
It's
So
between you two mostly, and if there is a debate, I think I might try to spark it, but nothing more than that.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to shy away from it. What is the moral hazard in further modifications? So, and to break this down into different categories, when do specific modifications lead to some externalized cost to others in society or individuals or society in general? And are the costs that we've heard of, like things like Gattaca, are those fictional or real? How can we guard against, practically, if we allow for some limited genetic modification in the human genome? How can we protect against these costs or hazards?
Yeah, to me, where the line is difficult, but my ultimate concern is with, let's say, quote unquote, designer babies, where, the example that you brought up, I think is a little bit more, not truly black and white, but more in that domain of like, it's just like, it's a binary. You're either continuing the pregnancy or not as of now. But then I have concerns about, well, if the entirety of genetic modification technology is unlocked, and now you pretty much have the option to do anything, such as, let's say, modifying skin color, which there's no reason to believe that would be inconceivable. I would have issues with that personally, just as I would have issues, or have and had issues with, let's say, just if you look at other countries and sex selection, right? In terms of favoring girls over boys. Where now some countries, they just have an excess of boys and men. For largely due to reasons of them favoring them and either infanticide or abortion, right? So like, I want, not that I'm pro infanticide, obviously I'm anti infanticide, but would I rather someone like genetically modify it and just like, have sex selection through that as opposed to abortion? I see both as kind of like equally bad in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely see it, and we see the lost generation of Chinese men, where there are so many more men, in excess of hundreds of thousands to millions of men than women of that generation, because of the Chinese Party's restriction to one birth and the cultural preference to having men. So, what's this specific hazard? And we can talk about sex selection and the obvious problems there, not just societal, but also it was reinforcing a bias against women. Is it only when we have a problem like that, or how do we distinguish that from Gattaca?
Yeah, so I also have potential issues with, let's say, someone or a family trying to select out neurodivergent individuals, where it's like, can I make a true philosophical argument as to why they shouldn't have the right to do that? Just as, like, could I make a strong philosophical argument of why you don't have the right to change the skin color of your developing child. I don't know how the strongest argument other than like, diversity, basically, and upholding the principle of diversity. Of like, I think neurodivergent people are valid, just as I think people of a variety of skin colors are valid. And I would not want and I totally recognize. Don't empathize, but recognize the challenges and struggles of people of color that they experience. And so I would understand, let's say, a family of a particular background wanting to, let's say, protect their developing child from the experiences that they had, saying, oh, we can make life easier for them if we just change their skin color, right? We can also open up opportunities and doors for them, right, that they potentially didn't have. Where it's like, yeah, I totally understand where that is coming from. And technically, you are empowering a family at some level. But then that's more a reflection of like society and the poor conditions of society. And I'd rather change the society.
So where, like, there's going to be a gray zone. And so whenever there's a gray zone, I always think, well, there's still like an ethical negative extreme and an ethical positive extreme, right? I think we've done a fairly good job discussing the ethical negative extremes. There is a gray zone in between. If we want to get into that, we can. But where's the ethical positive? Where are we absolutely certain that we'd be okay with this sort of gene editing?
Yeah.
Why don't you want to start, Corey? Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I would cite the research. There's emerging research coming out where gene editing is now ever slowly being employed in humans. And also when we're talking about genetic modification, here's where now it's sort of like what's in the pipeline. So I think everyone knows about
what sort of things are being used. Is it being used to treat in research, of course, experimentally?
It's being used for sickle cell anemia. And beta thalassemia, and specifically CRISPR. This is the one that appears to hold the most promise so far in terms of, well, actually, maybe not.
There's a trade-off because I think it's less precise than Talons and the other one that starts with Z.
The Talons appear to have sort of been like abandoned, or at least there doesn't seem to be much development on that front, where it's like, Talons were a hot thing at one point, but then CRISPR came on the scene. But there is still also
the other thing.
The viral vectors are also being developed, and that is arguably also holding a lot of promise. So that's where it's like they both fall under the category of gene editing, but the mechanism by which they do it is different. And in terms of like the potentiality. Generally speaking, go ahead.
Just before you get into it, quick technical question: can viral vectors, do they have a risk of mutation or some sort of adaptation that could be like stochastic and uncaught at the moment?
So if you're talking about these viral vectors, they are generally hollowed out viruses that have like no pathogenicity, basically no negative effects whatsoever. We're just using it as a delivery system. So to answer your question, unless
virus, it's the outer shell and like the very basic machinery inside to disassemble and reassemble and replicate that.
Yeah. So unless like the genetic information.
I was just asking because I think a lot of people are going to hear, viral vectors, mutation. Oh, that's scary, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I wanted to help alleviate people's fears.
For sure. Totally understandable. And a great question to ask. Where it's like, these, we haven't fully scaled up to the human level, but these have been around for a while. They're used in animal models pretty routinely now. And so they appear to be pretty robust.
And this is specifically gene therapy, let's be clear, rather than prenatal gene editing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to make the distinction, where it's like, they fall into the category of genetic modification, but as you say, that's more essentially like gene delivery, so to speak, as opposed to like with the CRISPR, it's like, gene editing. But again, neither of those has, as of right now, the potential to remove a chromosome. That's a little bit more probably way down the pipeline.
I'm going to put that study, the name of that study in chat. Oh, sorry, I just
So-
reinstalled.
I know, Carl, you might still have an answer as like the positive ethical side. Can I just ask you real quick? Because I've been wondering about this, and I don't feel like I trust my own research on this. With things like epigenetics, are there problems that we can run into with, let's say, something that works now may not work in a different epigenetic context? Is that possible? Or it might work differently, right? It might it might promote like a different activator gene or something.
Was that directed at Carl?
That was directed at you. I was just making sure to
Oh,
acknowledge that
sorry.
Carl might still want to respond to my original.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
fine.
So that is I mean, a possibility, but that is highly, or at least the concerns with, let's say, epigenetic, like, we are almost certainly not delivering genetic information that is, let's say, epigenetically modified.
Well, I didn't mean like that. I meant like let's say we study something, and for now, like there's some sort of meta community genomically that makes humans, so that way this works a certain way. But then people start appearing where a certain part of the wrapped up DNA becomes unwrapped for whatever reason. What's like the likelihood? Is this very small? Is this very high that those unwrapped DNA could be potential targets and have the same sort of regions but for like a different. When you release an activator gene, just so everyone knows, that leads to transcription and translation of proteins and downstream effects.
That would generally not be very much a concern, because generally speaking, these epigenetic modifications will largely affect the expression levels of whatever gene that you're trying to insert or modify. And so it would largely come down, assuming we're using it in a therapeutic context, like it'll just potentially result in determine whether the therapy is actually effective or not. As in, if we want to now actually express this gene more, but this edited gene more, basically, I think that's a very minimal, if not virtually like non-existent concern.
And I have some experience indirectly with this when I was IT at a crop and soils department. So basically, the same reason that we spend so much time on modified crops is that they may cause an allergic reaction, and so there is a very lengthy vetting process when we have a modification, a new food product, and I assume this is the case when we have any kind of gene therapy being developed, that we would have to vet it and test it very thoroughly in order to avoid malexpression or some kind of complication. Is that right?
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why it's like these would likely be teased out in like the animal trials, where it's like they would probably assess actual gene expression and like, is it actually let's say behaving as we intended to behave before actually scaling up to humans. I think those concerns should almost certainly be addressed way before you actually get to the human level. Yeah, totally.
Hey, so Carl, what for you makes like the baseline minimum sort of disease no longer has any negative factors ethically for you? You're absolutely fine with it, but we don't yet have a treatment. Where do you stand on how far do you want to go with this sort of treatment?
Well, this is definitely where I'm flexing my futurist ideas. I both want to sort of interrogate any idea that we shouldn't, allow for, families to eliminate traits in their offspring based on technical reasons that Corey might be able to answer definitively, as well as an appeal to freedom. So the basic argument there is that if we restrict individual or family freedom in some way, then we should have a very good reason for it. And sorry if that's if that sounds libertarian or anarchist brain, but yeah, I guess I'm a little bit anarchistic in that way.
May I bite on that for a sec?
Yeah.
So, like, whose autonomy are we talking about here? And does this apply differently when we start talking about prenatal gene editing versus in vivo gene therapy?
I think that it's not terribly different. If I am currently free to do a large number of things in order to select for better offspring, I can choose a better mate, I can choose a genetic donor, a sperm donor, I can choose screening like trisomy 21 screening, then we have to have a good reason why those things should not be allowed. And this kind of paradoxically leads us into something with the same moral complications as eugenics, where you're saying, okay, yes, you can reproduce, but it has to be in a certain way. You do not really have total freedom of reproduction. You have to do it the natural way. You can only mate with someone who you are attractive enough to attract, et cetera, et cetera. So this kind of argument can spiral. So to stay away from spiraling, I want to go into some specific questions. So unless you have a response to that.
Well, I do. So do you make a distinction? So like, I agree with you, like in principle. That's why it's a difficult subject for me. Where it's like, yeah, there needs to be good justification for restricting it. In the name of freedom, you should be allowed to do or wield this technology. When it comes to, I think as Ninetales brought up, I think there's a difference between, let's say, sort of like family planning, as in sort of like preconception, and let's say, before whatever, 20, 25 weeks or whatnot. But then is there any limit in terms of like age, as in, is it permissible to like your 5-year-old of like, they didn't turn out exactly the way I wanted, so let's do a little tweaking. Is that also permissible for you in the family planning context?
I mean, immediately I would argue that, yeah, if a disease or if a severely negative trait doesn't express itself or is undetectable until later in your child's life, you definitely shouldn't be restricted from changing that if possible. When it gets to sort of the specific moral hazard of designer babies, I think I want to clear up like where the rights were around obviously bad traits when we're talking about these sickle cell anemia. We're talking about trisomy 21 or severe autism. I'll hold those in one category, and as sort of the superhuman attributes that like the Chinese super soldier idea, that's a whole other category, and I think those represent two distinct categories of moral hazard or societal risk. So yeah, I generally really appreciate the idea that that also prenatal and postnatal are distinct, so that if you have the ability to sort of enhance your offspring that before 25 weeks, that'd be a different selection, a different intentionality than to say it didn't work out. It's sort of like saying, well, my kid is not really that good at soccer, so she's going to get all the drugs she needs to be the best possible soccer player. That has a little bit of hazard attached to it. That has a little bit of bad things. So we don't want to force your child to consume something which might harm her in the long run. That's number one. And number two, it gatekeeps the access to that activity in some way. And it does get to the Gattaca thing where we're gatekeeping access to leisure activity or athletic performance. And this is really, really fraught when we're all around in the future. Maybe you can go off on this tangent. In the future, do you see us if we allowed for genetic modification, use of performance enhancing drugs, would we have a modified and unmodified category?
I think we're heading that this is where, my relationship with sports and my views on sports, I think are constantly evolving. We're getting to the point of like, what's natural versus what like is unnatural. And like, I think my overall position is like, pretty much go free for all. I think anybody should just compete against anybody. Basically, but that's just me not valuing sports that much. As in, like most people, when it comes to like let's say drug testing, it tends to be under the guise of, like, well, we gotta like level the playing field, or they want fair competition. But I mean, at the end of the day, at least when it comes to athletic competitions, like it's inherently unfair, and so I don't know why I should basically I don't see why it should be gate kept at all. As in, I think just people should be competing against people, generally speaking, or at least we're going to get to that point.
Well, that's one way to win the trans athlete debate. Jeez.
Yeah, that I make that I totally use that in that debate for sure.
I think this brings us to the question of, would it make sense for this treatment to be available through public funding and public, government-run services, or private funding and capital services? Because I'm very anti-capitalist, in case you didn't know. But so public, private. Where do you guys stand on this?
Public.
Well, I lean towards public. One, because I'm Canadian, and two, it's like I have very real concerns if it's restricted or largely gate kept behind the private sector, then it will largely only be accessible to those with the financial means to access it, and then there's going to be no say goodbye to any sense of a level playing field. Where I don't want the people with first access to this technology to be only the wealthy, and then only their, let's say, offspring or their family get the benefits.
We know as Canadians we can expect our government to somewhat triage what money goes into research and development for, so that way the most urgent stuff gets researched first, rather than what capitalists think they can make the most money from first.
To some extent. Obviously,
obviously
our healthcare system definitely does not function perfectly, but I think overall it's functioning.
And I live in Ontario with privatization king Doug Ford.
Yeah, I'm also, I'm in Quebec, and we have taken steps to privatize certain aspects of our healthcare system that has generally made it worse and worse over time, and seems to only be getting worse and worse over time. Whereas, where I want a public, but also at the same time, there's very many shortcomings of our public system that we need to address in the meantime, obviously.
Yeah, knowing Canada, we're going to find some way to bring the private sector into this. But
exactly.
So has everyone said what they want to say about that?
Well, actually, I would just sort of poke a little more, as in so to make it sort of explicit. Basically, nothing is off the table when it comes to, let's say, prenatal family planning. Like, if someone wants their designer child, they should have the right to do that. And so it's not just strictly therapeutic.
Does that violate the future autonomy that we can expect that child to have of that child? Because it's one thing to say, okay, you're born with the traits you're born with. Nobody really dealt you that hand. But if then, I want, redhead and freckles so they have super white skin and blue eyes, just naturally, not for any, white supremacist purpose. But then they get sunburnt easily and they, they wish they didn't because they like being at the beach. Have we restricted their autonomy in some way?
Do I restrict my child's autonomy if I take her to lacrosse instead of soccer?
But we can usually argue that you're doing that out of sense of best interest, right? But you're also able to respond to the context your child is currently in with those things. So maybe you think for some reason one is better than the other.
Yeah.
But you don't even know your child, right? And you don't know how these traits will affect them and their aspirations.
Yeah, and who knows? If I had wings, I would probably really like flying. Other people I know,
But you're not going to fit in.
right, but other people I know who are scared of heights might stay grounded, and this is this is more of an existential question. If you change the nature of your child, are they going to have different preferences? Absolutely, yes. Their autonomy exists within
Or
that
motion
existential
sickness.
question, right?
What if they got motion sickness every time they flew? That would be unfortunate.
Right. And I would say that we should ask them, do you want to be treated for motion sickness or do you want to not fly? And so, yeah, but that autonomy
It'll
exists
just be
within.
social stigma, right? Like I have
Maybe.
very imperceptible heterochromia to the point where like you might as well just say I have the same eye color brown, but one's really much more tan than the other, and it, like under any lighting you can still see it. Plus I have a different ring around the outside of one eye, but so I don't stand out that way. But I've met people with heterochromia who say, yeah, like people like just stare at you all the time, just stare at you, and it's really unsettling, and I have anxiety because of it. I think, there's a lot of social implications that are going to come around, especially like if you look at how people treat trans people, we can at least expect a fraction of that much treatment, if not more, for these people from those same reactionary conservative types. Are we not condemning them to that sort, to like having to deal with that political burden?
I think that when it comes to sort of your autonomy within the universe where you live, and Melanie, like my girlfriend, is trans. So am I going to say that it would be better if you were not trans? No, absolutely not.
But you know she's trans because you're listening to her. But we
Right.
can't listen to this child, right? We don't know if they're willing to be socially stigmatized to have these differences.
And I think that we have to say that, yeah, we can set up a child for what we think is a good chance of success, and maybe challenges meet them along the way.
Okay, so a
if
bit of
we're
a mean
forcing-
question, but can children sue their parents if they alter their children?
Maybe parents should be required to provide accommodations to their children if the children are upset and they've been altered. I don't know that that is unreasonable. I think it may be reasonable.
Does anyone know, does that happen in court, like in civil court? Do children often sue their parents?
That I have no idea.
I'm sure for
I'm sure it
for like
happens.
normal civil stuff, but like not like birth, like reproductive stuff, like,
Yeah. I wish I was
Yeah,
never
okay.
born. I'm going to sue.
or like, yeah, like the negative consequences of an unwanted birth because they didn't wear a condom or whatever. I've never heard of that, at least, but I've heard of other kinds of suits related to that. Corey,
Well,
you said you had to go around 9:30, right?
Yeah, give or take. I could maybe go like at most like 9:45, but I would just like push a little more, because yeah, I'm super curious. So even going in the opposite direction, of like, yeah, let's just say, there's a very interesting family out there that, let's say, they have cystic fibrosis. But cystic fibrosis is recessive, and so it depends. You basically need both parents to have at least one copy of the gene to pass it on.
Right.
But let's just say they really want to go down the direction of like solidarity. I also want my child to have cystic fibrosis. Would that be permissible for you?
Actually, just as a personal thing, I personally don't want to reproduce because there's a lot of schizophrenia genes in my family. I recently got diagnosed with deficit schizophrenia, which is arguably the better side because I don't have the hallucinations and stuff like that. But, lots of struggles. My mom has schizoaffective disorders, and that arguably debilitates her in worse ways because I cope a lot more easily somehow. And, I don't want my offspring to have to deal with that. So I think, this is like a weird, like, I'm countering your argument with an almost circular argument with like, yeah, but, some people will want to reproduce because of this.
Yeah. I I have to go back to freedom. If so, I unfortunately have to say yes, Corey, we as a society should have to allow that family to make that choice. We should, if we're in a perfect communist future, we should absolutely discourage them from that. But if we force them to modify their offspring against cystic fibrosis, then isn't that mean we're doing a eugenics?
Yeah. So I totally respect your commitment to freedom, much like Mel Gibson and Braveheart. But and that's where it gets like really tricky because like like in principle and sort of like philosophically, I totally understand, and there's totally a large part of me that upholds those principles. But it's like, and I can totally like. I chose cystic fibrosis as somewhat of an extreme example, but I can sort of like see maybe to sort of steel man the position. Like I can sort of envision of like, let's say someone with, let's say, social anxiety, and assuming it's entirely genetic, which as far as I know it's not, but assuming it is, let's just say this was to them like, sure, at one point it was negative, but they see it as an important component of like shaping their character, of like, hey, it's allowed me to overcome all this diversity and learn all these like life lessons, and therefore I also want my child to have a crippling social anxiety. And it's like, yeah, I agree with you, like you should have the freedom to do that. That's where it's like, I wish I could trust the people with that freedom. And there's definitely a part of me that wants to trust people with that freedom, because I'm all, generally speaking, my guiding principles, like, yeah, not restricting freedom. But I think at that point, just as like with changing skin color, that is like, might be a little too much freedom, where it's like, whether it happens or not, but it seems like you're potentially okay with the outcome of like, hey, you can now change your skin color, so now everyone's just a certain skin color. Like,
I'm going to bring this back with mosaicism. First, mosaicism, I think is how you say that.
Yeah.
I want to rapid fire, a very first question. We're all in agreement that with off-target effects, it's about regulation and proper research to avoid that. Pretty much is what everyone's saying.
In the near term, yes.
Okay, so this is more directed at Corey because he has to go and has less time to respond. And he might even have some ideas of how this could be handled. But there has been evidence of the Cas9 protein causing inflammatory reactions in people, immune responses, basically. So they're either allergic to it, or you could say that their body sees it as a pathogen. If let's say in Carl's perfect world where we have, everybody gets total access to this, totally free, libertarian, absolute circle jerk fest. I'm just kidding. But would we not be creating a marginalized subset of people who don't have access to that just because they're allergic?
Yeah, although there's every reason to believe, so it also totally makes sense. I'm going to get into the biology. It totally makes sense that pretty much actually, sort of naturally speaking, by default, we would be allergic to this system, the CRISPR system, because that is essentially the bacterial immune system, so to speak. Where it's like, yeah, these proteins and this machinery, it's essentially derived from bacteria as part of like other defenses, largely against viruses, generally speaking. And so it's like, yeah, it would make sense that there would be a large, if not significant, majority that would be allergic to this machinery. But there's every reason to believe that there's already research endeavors, let's say, engineering these proteins to make them more efficient and actually more adaptable, amenable to human applications. Because again, we're only in like the emerging research in applying it to humans because there's technical challenges, and these are being addressed by multiple fronts. One of them being protein engineering, as in making them, let's say, more efficient. And so there's every reason to believe that protein engineering could address that without getting into the mechanisms of to basically stop the immune response, or these people that are allergic to it, they're no longer allergic to it.
May I ask a
but
quick question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So with proteins and the way they naturally fold, and I'm pretty sure Cas9 is a naturally folding protein. When we start editing that, how confident are we that it's going to fold properly? Doesn't that open up more degrees of freedom for error?
Not really. These are bacterial proteins, and without getting into the weeds of protein folding as much as I would want to, because that's like sort of my specialty.
I love it. Yeah, it's so fun.
But generally speaking, proteins fold, let's say, under sort of a funnel-like system, as in it's not fully, let's say, destined to be a certain way, because proteins can misfold. But generally speaking, there's like one outcome based off of its...
It's the thermodynamically favorable and kinetically favorable outcome, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. But yeah, Carl, so like going back to my sort of original question, so you have no issues with that outcome that I outlined of like everyone just same skin color. That's permissible for you. Maybe not optimal, but it's allowable.
It's allowable, and because I'm not a pure anarcho-capitalist libertarian, I would say that if we find that there is a class of people who are resistant to genetic treatment and it is commonplace, then that functionally that is a disability, and we need to accommodate for that.
But yeah, that's where there's a little bit of a divide of like that outcome of everyone the same skin color. That is not a little bit like probably like 10% less permissible, for maybe 20%. It's like that's not the world that I want to go in. Whether that's enough to justify restricting it, I don't know. That's why I go back and forth.
I think it makes the ideal less ideal, right? Because like if Carl's thing worked in a vacuum, I'd be all for it as well. But I think it is a bit regressive to create a new marginalized class which wouldn't have existed. Where I don't think you can also just, legislate or socialize around these things. Like, people are going to have physical differences, competitive advantages.
Well, I mean, we have a marginalized class in many ways currently, and saying that, well, we're going to exceed that and eliminate it is you hate it when rightoids say that you're a utopian. And this is essentially the same problem, is that, well, we do the best we can. We know that we won't reach a perfect utopia, but we allow for better than what we have today.
Yeah, that's fair. Whether everyone being all the same skin color, I don't know how to weigh these things. Is that actually
I don't
better?
think that everyone's going to have the same skin color. I mean, absolutely not. You know that some very famous person or some really interesting person is going to have a different skin color, and that's going to become a fashion. And then we will start selecting for a different skin
color. New
color.
Season, got to change my skin color.
Yes.
Yeah, this does bring us into mosaicism, right? Which is when you have either incomplete dominance or what's the other one? Or partial dominance?
Well, there's a variety.
It's where like the gene therapy or the target therapy only affects a certain subset of cells in the body, leaving the other subset. So this could only, this person could, be disease free in one part of their body, but the disease still affects other parts, for example. Or if these are traits that we're talking about, like skin color, they could wind up being like one of those cows with brown and white splotches, right? And by the way, the mechanics for how that works are super interesting.
Calicos are amazing. Yeah.
Oh, calicos especially, because of the XX chromosome being the only way that they can have that because of the two chromosomes and the regressive allele. But Corey, what are the mechanisms through which you know that mosaicism can happen, and what are like the risks? Like, what are the odds?
From what I understand of like the case reports, like so mosaicism like is a thing. This is where I can sort of like relate it to like the the abortion debate, where so many let's say generally speaking, those who are conservative, where it's like human life begins at conception. Their argument generally speaking is like, well, genetically it's human, it's distinct. From whatever the host or the person, operating under the assumption that all the genetic material in your body is identical, but that's actually not true. Where it's like, the vast majority of, let's say, your genome is identical, but actually there is a variety, and this is backed up in the research. Where actually one noted biologist, they had their entire genome sequenced. And they funded it themselves because they're, it's literally a sort of a self-funded study and published like it's pretty much like about them and their genome. That's actually a really cool paper. I'm like, much to our surprise, it's like, when we actually start sequencing their genome and start looking at, at a cell-by-cell level, there are differences, and that it's not fully identical. And so to answer your question in terms of like mosaicism,
did I get that wrong? By the way, was I falsely associating that to co-dominance and incomplete dominance?
Because mosaicism, generally speaking, it's like there's where fully genetically distinct starts and begins. It's a little bit gray, but like sort of like a part of you that's like fully genetically distinct. As in like instead of it being like 1.001% difference, it's like, this part of you is like 10% different. It's almost like arguably a separate organism.
Biology is so amazing.
Where that's basically under the category
I just
of
have a question about alleles though. Like how, like are we going to be relying on dominance and God, you know what I mean, the other one, and
recessive.
Recessive, yes. Just a word thing. I know what recessive is.
I know.
And are we going to be using those mechanisms when we're gene editing, or are we kind of like skipping past that?
No, highly unlikely. Okay. Unless like there are times where we sort of want something to be recessive, but basically like there's every reason to believe that everything will be intentional, where we will not be leaving it up to chance.
And not dealing with the wheels. Okay, so that was a big thing for me, because I wanted to try to dive in on that, but I didn't know quite how to get into that directly or ask that question. So,
but just to sort of
you two go back and forth for a while now.
Seal it up. Mosaicism and chimerism is totally a thing in humans. It appears to be exceptionally rare, but there are some interesting case reports of mosaicism. If you actually just like look at the Wikipedia article of chimerism and mosaicism, they'll highlight a few of the cases.
But can we cause it with gene editing or gene therapy?
Almost. Well, assuming it gets to that, assuming the technology is advancing at the pace that I think it is, in the direction that it's going in, there's every reason to believe that that is potentially possible. Yes.
Right, because like for example, with like viral vectors, some of them are designed not to get into the blood-brain barrier. I don't know if any of them actually can or not.
Probably, almost certainly. Well, even if they do, it's unlikely that it'd be super problematic per se. Because I don't
mean like, but it's just unlikely given what the blood-brain barrier does and how likely it is to reject those things.
Yeah, sure. But like
so what I was saying though is like it would be harder to have homogeneous gene transfer throughout the body if they can't if these vectors can't get into the brain, for example.
Not necessarily.
Okay,
there are that's okay. It's nothing to forgive. But let's just say the cells or tissues that we want to modify, it would not be generally driven by, let's say, physical accessibility, where like the blood-brain barrier is like sort of arguably a physical barrier, hence the term blood-brain barrier. But when it comes to like viral vectors, like there's selectivity in terms of the cells and tissues that become modified. That is essentially like up to us to tweak, because that's driven by basically how viruses enter cells, and there's specificity in terms of, let's say, the proteins
We
interacting.
might have to do like higher order gene therapy to make sure the primary gene therapy works.
Maybe.
Okay.
I can see that happening potentially.
That is really neat, and at least in my nerdy opinion. Carl, your
All
thoughts?
right. I had a couple
Oh, sorry,
puzzles.
sorry,
and so let's go with
You
my,
were
my,
done,
my hottest
right?
hot take.
Okay, we'll go with your hot take.
My
Sorry,
hottest hot
Corey,
take.
if you were done.
What if we can't separate severe autism from high functioning autism genetically? And what's sort of the moral hazard there? Because I agree preserving neurodivergence is important, especially in a greater population, especially when it comes to human adaptability. But if as a society we find that we can't separate this severe, nonverbal, violent autism that some friends of mine have experience with, then what's the answer?
That's an excellent question. Where I totally recognize the spectrum of autism, where there are totally individuals that are kind of have limited ability to interact with the world around them. If not like almost like no ability to interact with the world around them in a meaningful way. And it's a valid question, like what do we do if we can't, as you say, distinguish those, where sort of like genetically either they look the same or we can't just, for whatever reason, can't tell them apart. That's where it's like my intuition sort of like errs on the side of like diversity. Yeah, I would be violating the freedom principle of like you just kind of like can't be trusted to use that technology responsibly.
Okay, I mean that's fair.
Carl, would you want to see a certain degree of certainty with the technology before we do have like this freedom principle apply?
I think it depends on our greater societal framework, and I think that in almost every case, unless we are in a survivalist anarchistic framework with like local community consent, which is sort of its own crazy thought experiment, I think that yes, either one way or the other, if we are in a capitalist society, we need to have a safety valve for many, many, many reasons. And even if we're in a perfect communist society, then we should probably be very certain about how these treatments will affect the public, because we are taking certain risks when we allow genetic modification in a large scale. Yeah.
So would we be both like interested in seeing an international body create standards that like, you know, both respect human rights and all the forms they take, but also, you know, have scientific standards that are perhaps a bit stricter, which makes it more costly, but also ensures that the risk is minimized?
Absolutely. But I mean, just today, the risk of making super pathogens is very interesting, and I'm not 100% certain how real that risk is, but I tend to, you know, avoiding any conspiracy theory, I tend to think that that's at least plausible.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, it is.
The chance is not zero. Yeah,
Right.
that is absolutely certain.
Well, when you look at, like, if you think about the outside of a bacteria that's already pathogenic, already can find its way into us and evade our immune systems, and you start adding other ways that bacteria are pathogenic to that, like E. coli, for example. I don't know if E. coli gets around our immune system though, but
Well, it absolutely does. Everyone has E. coli living in the GI tract.
right.
Commercially.
But there's also E. coli, which our immune system does pick up on. Is that I'm right with like stomach
Yeah.
stuff,
So,
right?
bacteria. So E.
It's,
coli.
E. coli is super diverse, so
Yeah, exactly. Where the vast majority, the overwhelming majority, are like non-pathogenic, and it's only select few strains that are pathogenic. But the overwhelming majority are living happily in your gut, that virtually every human on the planet will have, and arguably part of their healthy development.
So what I'm saying is like, if we take like metabolic function from Salmonella, horizontally transfer that if possible, or directly insert that depending on where this is possible. Take another pathogenic mechanism that's in the cellular membrane, so it actually interfaces, and then find a way to network those functions. That will clearly be more pathogenic than the original organism. But to answer your question, Carl, this is like a very intensive R&D thing. So it's almost like most nations won't want to do the amount of cost and research to actually connect all these dots in this way. But we do have supercomputers now that are helping us connect those dots.
Yeah.
And just to maybe also further tease out where your boundaries lie, Carl. So assuming we get to the point, whatever, 50, 100 years, 200 years down the line, of like, yeah, pretty much, it's, genetic modification or editing at a whim. Like, you can just go to your whatever local modification store, and pretty much, assuming you have the means, sort of pretty much just as we have cosmetic surgery clinics, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of gene modification clinic, and so basically,
Can I just posit a really quick idea? We'll have gone through several more pandemics that we did not handle well, and at this point, everything will be done at home. Just an idea.
sure, yeah. Yeah, assuming they're an adult, as in like, I'm assuming you, let's say, recognize, generally speaking, like 18 as an adult, or maybe you would increase it, I don't know, but basically, no restrictions as an adult, as in whatever you want to modify on yourself on a whim, that would be, let's say, allowable for you.
Within the societal bounds, I think that we definitely need regulation, and not just because I'm a socialist, because I think we need to rein in capitalism for many other reasons, and these restrictions are going to naturally follow for reining in capitalism. But yeah, basically, we will need to really be very careful. I mean, just like 3D printed guns today have their own risks and complications associated with, we're going to run into this problem in the far future where, self-modification probably has its own specialized risks. And, I'm sorry to say that information wants to be free, but this is not a moral statement. It's a statement of fact. And we as a society have to navigate around what it means to say that information wants to be free. And so we provide technologies to detect and restrict and restrain. As long as we're living under capitalism, we're going to have to fight that fight in order to prevent any of these bad side effects.
Well, in terms of proprietary information, we have acknowledged that like we're okay with a global international meritocracy of sorts almost. Could we not still have proprietary information that is handed down through people who are trained to handle it?
I'm less excited about that idea.
I understand. I like open source things too, like Right to Repair every day, all day, Right to Repair everything. But with particularly this, I think, people being able to homebrew it, that's where we're going to see the most issues from this technology.
If we if we restrict that, I mean, it's the same as the gun argument. If we are so restrictive without being vigilant, then we're going to find that the ultra wealthy and the criminal element are the only people abusing this technology.
Yes and no, because when you make that information open source, you also make it less risky for them. And you also make people who otherwise wouldn't take the risk feel emboldened to take the risk of trying it themselves, even though they might have an incomplete skill set to do it. So I think while you're not wrong that you're creating a black market in one way, I think that this creates a gray market with more inherent risk than the black market.
That's a great discussion that we will probably go into.
I mean, we can keep talking. Corey's the only one with the time limit. Yeah. We're free.
Yeah, unfortunately, I gotta go. But like, yeah, I would
kidding.
totally.
I don't know why you have to go.
No, you're not wrong. But I would totally love to continue the discussion, or have a part 2, or however you want to do it. But yeah, this is.
Well, yeah,
great.
maybe our first intellectual podcast episode can be like actually a 2-hour version of this, and I'll bring more stories to the table that we can discuss.
Sure, that sounds great. But it's been an absolute pleasure, Carl and Melanie. Hopefully, see you again soon. Well, I absolutely will see you around in the Twitch sphere and the YouTube sphere.
Well, we've got plans. Take
care. Be well.
Yep.
You too.
Bye. Oh, well, where do we want to wrap this up? Because
are you interested in wrapping up? Because I just drink an energy drink.
Oh, wow.
I'm here for the long haul.
Yeah.
And I can also open this up. Like, we can jump into the waiting room waiting room, and then everybody can hop in if you want. Who's in here? There's not a lot, but
yeah. Well, why don't we focus on that content? I think I want to leave in maybe half an hour to 45 minutes to get on with my evening. But yeah, let's we can.
You can probably hear like I'm talking really fast.
Oh yeah.
But no, that was such a fun discussion, and I wasn't. It was one of those things where like either nobody's gonna want to talk about anything more in depth, and I'm just gonna have to drag people through the mud, or it's just gonna flow without me. And at the end, I was like, oh no, we're not gonna talk about certain things I'm curious about now. Shit. So that's one of those double-edged swords. Where like the more you're prepared, the less room you give for people to talk.
I did sneak in a live debate on Food Shops about this, and it did not. The discourse was not very well elevated. It's a pretty libertarian right space, I'm finding.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you wanted to talk about the political edge of this thing, because that's like I'm doing the intellectual dark podcast, but to be honest, I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
And I salivate over nerdy stuff a little bit more than the leftist stuff. Like, I don't rather read a book about science than the other thing. Bookchin, though, marries those two things for me. Have you ever heard of Murray Bookchin?
Yes.
Have you read him?
Not very much at all, if any.
He's very critical of communism, actually, in that he thinks we should go further. But he's a bit of a confederalist.
Mm-hmm.
So he might even be not libertarian enough for you, but he's very far left.
I might have read something. I think I read segments of the Anarchism Past and Present.
Remaking Society is a really good introduction. If you're going to read his other works with the right political context.
Okay.
Because some of his things are more rebuking communism focused,
right,
and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
especially in his earlier years.
If we want to go into the waiting room or stay or try to drag people in, I don't know how.
Do you have a server?
No, I'm keeping my server mostly private.
Me too. That's like mostly pretty much. It's just going to be people who come on for the panels are going to be in here. There's a few randos in here, but not many, and they haven't caused any problems. So I'm keeping it at that level. I'm not, handing out the link or anything like that.
Yeah. I basically have my super fans in my Discord. Let's see if I can find it though.
Yeah, is there anything you particular like? I kind of wanted to just meme ask, like, what about super soldiers and furries?
Well, furries based, of course. Super soldiers. This becomes more of a question of nations and
Okay, let me go back to the furry thing because the funny thing is, and Corey would have loved me bringing this up, I think, because we never actually got into like either taxonomy or metagenomics. But there are a lot of traits that are literally just rooted so deep in our family tree that we can't change them, right? Like, chances are, like 5 fingers, you want 5 fingers no matter what you like, how much editing you do. 6 fingers is never going to really be advantageous. So, or 4 fingers, for example. Well, I should technically say 3 fingers in a
yeah.
thumb.
I mean, you can
Yeah.
imagine the webbing. I don't know if that is something that we
you
can
lose like translational manipulation with your hands, like the
Right.
ability to actually move like a ball in your hands in different rotations or movements.
Right.
So what are those called? The Fiji? No, not Fiji balls.
Oh, the
Balls those
meditation.
wizard people. The wizard people use them, and they make it look like they're like
Mm-hmm.
doing that stuff, right? We need 5 fingers to do like complex manipulations like that.
Yeah.
Tying a knot with one hand, for example, is something I've done at least.
Right.
But my point being that, like, with furries, like, a lot of the traits that they'd want to change aren't really, like, it's really hard to change those genes without changing all the other genes that kind of branch out from them in the evolutionary tree because, like, a lot, like, I don't do as much genetic analysis or like specific genetic research as much as I try to understand it from an evolutionary and ecological perspective. But when I have looked at the gene trees of phylogenetics, it's like, oh my god, like every time you go a bit deeper, this thing is now related to like 10 times more, like the gene is like, there's like 10 times more genes associated with that. Those genes are all associated with 10 times more of that. And it's all because it points back down to these traits that we have. And I think what we're talking about, a lot of these surface features that we're talking about changing, yeah, they're still pretty accessible, but like furries are going to want to change things that are not. Are they going to feel marginalized by that?
Well, if they can't be what they want in their head.
Yeah, if you can't have like a dog snout and fangs and stuff like that, because it turns out like you can't edit those genes without changing basically the way every like your cells differentiate and stuff like that. It's turns out to be virtually impossible is the point.
Look, if you want to be that customizable with your body, you are going to have to be accepting of something other than genetic modification. And I would be a fan of it. I would be perfectly okay with it because that's sort of the way I am. I don't think there's anything inherently.
Should the government
wrong.
invest money in researching gene editing specifically for furries?
Where it's practical to find the boundaries of what is safe, yeah. Money, what do you mean money? but yeah, point taken is if we are in a society where we see that being permitted and a society where there is a profit motive, you absolutely need to put brakes and guardrails around it. And part of those brakes and guardrail system is going to be the moderation of capitalism and the furtherance of science to avoid really bad stuff.
Should we have a system oriented around science? Like basically like so much that like reactionaries would be like, science is the religion of the government. Not that they don't already do that, but like they'd have a point.
Well, what is science? Is it to say that we need experimentation and verifiable data before we permit anything to happen?
Yeah, I mean, how far do we take that, right? Do we say like capitalism is a failed experiment, time to start experimenting on new hypotheses?
Well, there's a big definitions argument to get into, but yeah, maybe.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like,
Right?
casting a wide net there.
No, yeah. I mean, totally. It is fair to say that we need social science experiments. We need all kinds of systems level work to be done. I mean, like climate change is just the beginning of this experimentation. It's in fact probably Twitter's favorite social science simulation is, well, what if we had 35% nuclear and 60% renewables and the rest natural gas? Would that be a good climate solution, or do we have to be 80% or 95%? And it's such a weird hyper competitive political argument, but we actually have it's right behind me. We actually have meta studies and strategies built in these meta studies about.
Look, I will say in our debate, you convinced me that I had gone too far and overstated my case against nuclear.
No,
okay?
Thank you.
I still lean with the whole, like, it would be better for us to increase the capacity and efficiency of currently existing sites. But I'll concede to you that in places where no other form of renewable is sustainable and can supply your energy demands within a reasonable logistical framework, yeah, fine, sure.
Great.
Build a nuclear power plant there.
Yeah, no, that's great. And so I have achieved my mission as far as
I was mostly making the argument of NIMBYs,
right,
with nuclear waste. I realize now.
Yeah.
And aside from that, like, we do have to look at warming and how that affects like oxygen levels in the pools like that we put into the lakes and stuff like that. Like, I live on the Great Lakes. We have nuclear power plants in 2 out of 3 of them, I'm pretty sure, here in Southern Ontario at least. And I worry about that. I do. Because
worry about your the nitrogen.
No, I'm not.
And I mean, worry about everything. Don't
but
not worry about something, but you got to compare the trade-offs of all of these things.
This is my area of specialty because have I ever told you about my enclosed self-sustaining ecosystems? They're freshwater, and I've been studying recently something known as oxidative reductive potential. What that is the capacity of organic material and non-organic material in the water column to either oxidize or reduce the matter that's in there and chemically convert it. So it's basically, a disequilibrium from a set point without any charge in there. And it turns out that these warmer waters that we're injecting tend to, they would have more oxygen if they were coming from from an oxygenated environment, but they're coming from tubes and they're being injected. And since these waters are warmer, but with less oxygen than warm waters would naturally have if they had normal stratification and stuff like that, it's affecting species at those stratification levels and putting them in less environments with lower ORP, which is negatively impacting them. It's either causing spatial dispersion issues, and we're losing heterogeneity within Great Lakes fish populations, or with more fixed specimens closer to the shore, like mussels and stuff like that, who are important filter feeders. They're taking direct impacts and just not adapting as well, and we're losing them along those areas, leading to increased pollution and stuff like that in those areas.
What's the spatial extent like if you're around this source of warmer water?
It depends heavily on our seasons. So if we have very hot, rainy, so humid summers, then it seems to be able to spread. It spreads more along the coast and then out. So if that makes sense to you because of the stratification. So it extends at first. Fuck it, I forget. Honestly, it could be 5 kilometers or 50, but in the kilometer, at least in the kilometer range scale. And then after diffusion, like as diffusion happens, then you have, your half-life decay. And so that's predicted to extend it actually, I think, another 5 times because of the fact that we're doing a constant input and that, that increases the amount of diffusion that must happen for that logistical decay.
And you're talking heat decay, right?
Yeah, heat exchange / decay, because
Yeah.
of course there is some heat also being exchanged. And they admitted they kind of, took for granted that heat exchange would be constant when it's not. So not, we can only do so much with models to make them ideal.
And is this
That's what you get.
is this more severe in the Great Lakes than it is, let's say, in the Pacific?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
of course, because Pacifics have very strong currents driving them. And those are usually much more dominant than the currents that we're injecting with our industrial processes.
Yeah. I'll say that, it sounds like there's a very strong case for.
And it's also because of stratification, right?
Yeah.
Because if we were talking about the full volume, that'd be fine. But because water stratifies in lakes and gets layered like that based on its density and temperature, that tends to affect things at those stratified layers.
Yeah. And so it sounds like there's a very strong case for favoring, water tower or air cooling rather than a free flowing exchange into the Great Lakes. Except what I'm focused on is California, Diablo Canyon, and it sounds like while it's a great place to get microbiome fishing, and so we might have to say, okay, in this area we have unlimited fishing for these species, please, or even intentionally harvest and try to limit any monoculture, any loss of biodiversity in that local area. In fact, I think they're required to study this in that case.
Well, here's the thing that you also have to keep in mind, right? Like, keeping it always above 1 isn't sufficient. Because one of the things is a lot of these systems that have the amount of alpha diversity that they do have that diversity because they've settled at kind of a compromise between the maximum carrying capacity for that species, as if no other species was there, and the minimum as if they were completely outcompeted by everything else. And so with that steady state, as soon as you do start regularly perturbing that, then it can no longer get back there as a time-ordered, logistical decay process that requires it.
Okay. Is that kind of a sacrifice zone possibly worth preserving our global environment?
Well, I think once we start getting into these zones, I'd rather just see us use less electricity.
Right. Well,
I honestly, I think we need to trade off ourselves for the environment. Don't kill yourself, right? Don't do that. Don't permanently log off life, but definitely try, thinking maybe I do use a bit too much electricity. I do that too. Part of it is that I'm growing ecosystems indoors and I don't have a greenhouse workshop with lots of space to live out my passions with. So one of the trade-offs is I use artificial lighting. And actually I have some really fun experiments I'm about to start doing. Anyways, what was I going to ask you? I was going to ask you, because you mentioned agriculture.
mm-hmm.
What kind of fields are you trained in, and can you give us a rough idea? I don't want you to dox yourself, of course, but I'm just very curious because I love everything to do
I'm a
with
public
this.
figure. I use my real name. I don't have an advanced. I haven't finished my degree yet, but I'm going to go back to school unless I land a really nice job. So
You gotta tell me what it's for. I'm the suspense is killing me.
my degree was pursuing computer science. I started in an honors program pursuing, and I completed honors anthropology. I started honors biology, collegiate level honors biology, and a few others. But college happens, so I didn't stick with the honors program completely. But yeah, I've been exposed to a great number of good ideas in
What's your
school.
PhD going to be in, though? That's what we need to know.
Oh, if I pursued a PhD
Oh, you said degree. Sorry, I thought I heard
degree.
PhD, but you
No,
said
no,
degree.
no.
What
I
is the
haven't
degree?
finished. I haven't finished my degree. See, I'm
not-
old. I grew
yeah.
up right after the dot.
What is it in?
com.
What
Computer
field?
science. Computer science.
Oh, oh, okay. I see. You're still kind of pursuing that.
Well, yeah. I would go back and finish my computer science degree in like 2 quarters easily, and then.
So what brought you to work in agriculture, though? Because that's like.
Oh no, I don't. I didn't work in agriculture, but I was an IT admin at the crop and soils
Oh,
department.
that's why you said IT. I thought maybe IT was like
Yeah.
a weird way of saying technical supervisor for something.
Oh no, this was my freshman year of college. I met someone who was like, "Hey, we really need IT help in this department. You
cool.
seem like a smart guy." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll fix your computers." And I met, and I was like, basically, at once or twice, I was fixing the dean of the department's computer, and I asked him a question about pig genes migrating from GMO foods into people, and he was like, "Yeah, that's bad. Why don't you come by my place after work and we'll talk about it?" And we had great talks, and like we kept like this little sort of science fact based public policy correspondence every once in a while, and fascinating.
Okay.
And
'Cause I was trying to find a way to like get talking about my ecosystems with you
yeah,
and try to get you interested, but I see like you're in a bit of a different field, which is actually interesting because computer science is something I am quite familiar with. I'm familiar with coding and like nitty gritty like hardware logical theory of like, you know what a kernel map is? Did you work with like K maps or anything at some point for like architecture design?
is that a complexity measurement?
It's for arranging like logical gates in a way that they work as like a function.
Oh, this is actually how I was trained for digital circuits. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, digital circuits. I'm learning this informally, so some of my things aren't necessarily syllabus guided. But there's this one channel I found called Down to the Wires, and I have followed that program religiously twice now. I've watched it from front to back, and I've applied concepts to a synthesizer design that I'm doing that involves analog computing.
Nice. Oh,
Yes.
oh, analog. Oh man, that was the hardest electrical engineering class that I passed, was analog circuits. And so applying K-maps or something like this to analog sounds really.
Well, this is mixed signal. So
Yeah.
the most of the logical circuitry is going to be, you know, it's going to multiplex relay states into conditions that the computer kind of mass over. And the actual like operation cycles of the analog computer will be in a logical loop that the logic controls. But the analog computing itself is op amps that work as integrators and derivators, differentiators. With other mathematical functions, summing and all that fun stuff. But those are the most important things because that allows me to do all sorts of fun things with audio signals and signal timings and musical goodness. I'm also like, I work with gourmet mushrooms, growing them, farming them, blah, blah, blah. So I am planning on hooking those up to my mushrooms and like the guy on YouTube does and seeing
wow.
it, like seeing if we can get similar / different results. I'm also, planning on hooking that up to a Yamaha YM2194, which is like what gave you the old 8-bit sounds on Nintendo Entertainment System. I already know how that works, like from memory at this point, because I've set it up to work with several different arrangements I have. Biggest issue, of course, is like I'm not ready to buy like custom circuit boards and solder it and everything. I kind of have some more, let's just say, primal necessities to take care of
Right.
before I do all that.
You,
And to be honest, my ecosystems, I've started design like I'm really good at working with dynamic systems. It's very hard, but I like it because I can almost like intuit a lot of things that I don't think a lot of people would initially grasp. Just because I spent so long staring at these systems, trying to understand what they're doing, learning what they're doing, and then learning to interpret what I've observed as that. And so I do see like the dynamics in these systems. And the whole goal for me is to maximize, how much density and biodiversity can we get from a single enclosed space. Enclosed systems here means that light and energy can enter, but matter cannot.
I read a tweet, and I'll have to find it. It was from one of the BTI people recently, where they quoted a paper and they said, "Look, biodiversity is not the end all. It's not a panacea for productivity or even sustainable productivity." What do you think about that?
Oh no, it's definitely not. What it is for stability.
Right. Well, for global stability, let's say, like
well, no, not for. It can't be for global stability because these are, macro scale effects, and global stability is a mesoscale type thing.
Okay.
So, so if you think of an ecosystem as a system, you want to think about it as like quasi-stable. What that means is like, have you ever been told that like stability is kind of like a ball in a cup? Stable systems, the cup is in the bottom, and it can be like, you can kind of like flick it and it'll go back and forth, but then fall back at its initial state.
If you push it too far, it'll fall out and you'll have a different system.
And so I'm going to get into quasi-stable first in a sec. Okay. But then, just for everyone listening, the opposite is, of course, like the ball on top of the hill. You literally can just like blow on it and it'll fall off, right? Even if it's technically stable at that top. So quasi-state systems are multi-regime systems, quasi-stable systems are multi-regime systems where one, and they're nonlinear, where one stable state is either a higher or lower energy state of the one next to it. And so this might be like, if you know chemistry and about activation energies, that these can be involved. And basically as we go down this hill, we lose both biodiversity and something called exergy. Exergy is the ability for the ecosystem to export entropy. Entropy is the amount of degrees of freedom in the ecosystem. So think, you and I are breathing gas right now, right? But we're also taking some of that gas and putting it into our bloodstream. So we're actually getting rid of the entropy in the air to do that. But then we release the carbon dioxide, so we balance that out. Think of the ecosystem as something that's kind of trying to only get rid of that exergy as it forms more life within it. The more life that forms, the more it has to take from the chaotic processes around it and make order out of them, right? So that's what gives quasi-stable systems their quasi-stability, is the life in it, fundamentally. Because they're taking, and this is just thermodynamically true for these systems, they're taking they're taking these processes with high degrees of freedom around the ecosystem as a whole, as a community, converting it anabolically, which means you're taking lower order biomolecules and making them into more complex things, and then preventing that energy from being released in those various degrees of freedom. And the second thing, of course, is that most ecosystems are open systems, which means that they can release entropy both in the form of not just heat, but gases. And so when they're saying productivity is a fallacy, what they're saying is you don't want to measure productivity to figure out if biodiversity gives us more stability. Because productivity, like how much gases it's putting out, sometimes that just means that you're sequestering carbon if you're not releasing as much methane, right? I'm pretty sure that might have been what they're saying. I'll
have to find it.
Because I don't even understand biodiversity as something that leads to productivity. I've been taught to understand it as stability.
Right. And so this is sort of an argument that that we get in with some agricultural scientists that you can get like a natural grazing cow with a very productive crop structure commingled with the animal husbandry and the crop agriculture, and using such a system produces better results with with almost no synthetic inputs, and that's sort of like
That would be true. That would be true if cows were the keystone species of that ecosystem. Here's the problem: grazers usually make shit keystone species, and normally we need them. We need keystone species to control them. For example, otters. So in San Francisco Bay, otters failed to exist for a while. I believe this is San Francisco. Correct me if I end up being wrong. But and so what happened is kelp forest disappeared because the sea urchins, which ate them, had no natural predators anymore. That's the key word, right? Natural predators. Because those sea urchins are grazers. They're going around like cows do and eating all the vegetative material. The otters would come in and eat those and prevent them from eating too much seaweed. It was impossible for the otters to get rid of them all, so that the sea urchins always existed and they can always come in from other parts of the ocean too. But they kept it down, and that's the key thing. That's biological. It's not pest control. The sea urchins aren't pests, right? They're important players in the ecosystem, but it's biological control. And with the cows, this is the same issue. Is that, well, sure, you may have some sort of ecological exchange happening. I'm not debating that. The ecological exchange is creating so much entropy, so much like methane, with very little carbon sequestration, that it's not like in any stable regime. That doesn't mean it's going to change. It just means it's in what's known as a not degraded. It's a depleted ecosystem. So the grass is always being eaten. The biodiversity gets limited to whatever the most competitive grasses are. The ones that can grow fastest, reproduce fastest, and survive being eaten and still reproduce. Same with some other stuff too, but that like grazers create very competitive exclusionary zones within fields. So it's very like those we want tall grasses in fields because underneath that is a strong, well-populated and diverse community of things like bugs, flies, insects, and their larvae and eggs and stuff like that. That can be so complex and heterogeneous that you don't even see that much complexity in a forest. And oftentimes when these sort of fields surround forests, the effects are emergent and beneficial for both sides. The forest helps keep the grasses cooler and more moist and damp, and the grasses protect the forest from changing conditions outside of the forest microclimate. When we lose these systems, we lose the ecosystem services associated with them. These include things like capturing dust from the air and other pathogens and pollutants, providing services for other players in the ecosystem that provide their own ecosystem services, and things like flood control and erosion control. And it goes even deeper, so look into it if you want. It also has a lot of interesting overlap with forest fires and grass fires and stuff like that, and how that has its own biological form of control.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And so the key takeaway is that you can't have these super short grasses and have the beneficial effects of a grassy system that has undergone something known as secondary succession. That's where you've already had some lower order plants and fungi and bugs and stuff colonize and process the soil and organic matter in the soil, such that you have a live, complex community interacting between those lower order organisms and the microbes in the soil. So that way, when the grasses come in, basically that soil is a niche for them. There's literally like nothing else that would want to grow there, but these. They're generalists, but they're almost specialized to colonize those areas. So we say that they're important for secondary succession, and
I-
they further transform the soil. So that way, if it eventually becomes a forest, that's even more primed for that.
I've read that the American grassland only existed because of the buffalo. Is there any truth to that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Buffalo, like that grassland is so widespread
Yeah.
that forest fires can get out of control and extend their beneficial stuff, especially in drier times. What buffalo did is they kept the grass level down overall, but they would roam enough so that way grasses could grow before they came back to them. I don't know how much they transformed the environment just out of personal like familiarity with that story, but I do remember recalling like the more they killed the buffalo, the more like fires became just absolutely uncontrollable out there. And I think if I recall correctly, that had downstream effects to like climatological effects that went down to the Dust Bowl in the south
Yeah.
because these things spread out like a wave after you create these massive perturbations.
Right. That's part of what I read was like sort of blaming the Dust Bowl on, or the lack of productivity in the far future on fundamentally altering the ecology of the American Midwest and West.
Yeah, I think we need to get to a point where we're fully dependent on nature to provide for us. And it,
I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm to the point where we need a few enclaves of humanity with ultra densified productivity so that we can preserve the wilderness on Earth.
yeah, see, this is like Bookchan's kind of like almost in between what we have now. Well, not in between, but it's like slightly to the right, I guess, of that extremist primitive side where we want to keep our current population. We want to negotiate density better, right? So we want people to coalesce around common skills that mutually benefit each other. We want communities to be sustainable, and I personally am an experimentalist. So I want us to build communities with a hypothesis that sort of aligns with global standards for sustainability. And, if that hypothesis fails, then either back to the drawing board or you disperse and you go to the communities that best suit your needs. There will be networking as well. Think about like rail communities and stuff like that. A rail community will be a heterogeneous community across the entire rail system. So a singular community with lots of different features along it as it interacts with different communities. But this is how communities will be networked, is through the logistics we already use. So I don't want to see a backpedaling of technology. I want to see a backpedaling of industry. I want to see our infrastructure be, and our politics and economics be start and end at the local level, and for that to be run by direct democracy. So basically, the more you participate, the closer, the more, participation is what gets you in there, and competence is what gets you in there. Because I do believe we need merit. I believe humans are complex. The systems and societies we make are complex. We need people who can navigate these issues in the most informed way possible.
Yeah.
So that means that global thing that I was talking about before, that global standard for gene editing, that's actually my ideal for how to bridge the gap between local differences versus human rights and stuff like that. Is that there will be a global community of experts who convene and consult, and that's it. Like, they dedicate their lives to that, to becoming people of knowledge, people of learning. We know that people love doing that. And then they're able to use that to go to other communities and meet with other people with this same purpose in life and discuss strategies. So that way we can all live cohesively.
Yeah. If you want to do call-ins, do you want to do it on my server?
Do you have anyone who's asking?
I notice my viewer count keeps rising. So what? I'll send you that.
Okay, sure.
I see Nasai has been around for a bit. I don't know if he's still in chat. So
If that's an aside, I think I've talked to. Yeah, they're cool.
yeah, he hangs out with $27, I think. So let's go ahead and swap over to my.
I'm thinking of a different
Okay.
person actually.
All right. As long as I don't have them incorrect.
I'm going to go to open video chat. Pull me wherever you want.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I need to give you. Do I need to give you a role? I think I do. I think there's something in the rules. Oh, man. Let's do this. Okay. You should both be able to unmute now. It's been a while since I have messed with my Discord permissions, so apologies. We're going to work this out. Okay. Back to my open video chat. What are the permissions for this? Okay, temp video, okay. I'm going to let you turn on video. Use voice activity. Send, no, don't need to change that. Okay. And just a moment. Okay, try reconnecting to this channel.
Okay, there we go. I actually
Yeah.
found the right rules page because you have it at the bottom and it's
Oh.
actually in rules. So I got like
Okay,
really lost.
sorry. But
It's okay.
now we're there. And maybe...
Do we want to go to where Nasai is because they're in general? It's not like it matters, does it? Because you said that these are all like people you basically know. So
Yeah. I'm going to drag Nasai back.
okay.
All right. Can you unmute now?
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you should be able to turn your video on. I took a roll that I made for the purpose, and I double-checked that it was instrumenting this channel.
One thing
I don't have
realized
my.
with my own server is don't make things more complicated until you need to.
Right. I set this up like 3 years ago, and
Yeah.
something fell off.
You were young and full of vinegar.
I was a
So-
naive 42-year-old.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't have my webcam plugged in at the moment anyway, so no video for me.
All right.
yeah.
Well,
You're the star of the show still.
great. How's it going, Nasai? Did I have it right? Do I have you the person I met at Town Hall, or is that someone else?
No, yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It
Great.
was something like a year ago, I think. Yeah, I think it was around this time a year ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Since then, we have had Miss America, the nuclear engineer in Miss America, at Town Hall. So that was a good event.
Yeah, I'm no longer in the Seattle area, so that's why I
Oh, bummer.
never came in.
Yeah.
I'm up in the peninsula now.
Yep. Good place. Good place. I'm not strictly in Seattle anymore, but I'm close.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to derail your interview or anything like that. You know I have thoughts about all these things. So if
Yeah. Well, like, what's the interplay in man's participation in the environment? Can man exist in the environment without disrupting it? And how do we transition to that?
Only men. This
Only
question
men,
does not apply to
yes.
women.
Ah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm big on regenerative agriculture. I think, yeah, I mean, obviously, if we were to ramp up density and just have people confined to cities and do like, 3D agriculture, that sort of thing, vertical agriculture rather, that would be one way to do it. But there is a whole lot of potential in just changing the way we do agriculture rurally, because right now we're reducing biodiversity because of the way that we produce food, whether it be through livestock or plant-based agriculture. It doesn't matter. We do it in both cases. We're reducing biodiversity, but we can achieve a lot higher biodiversity with regenerative agriculture. And
Yeah.
I heard Ninetales, you mentioned, treating your soil like it is its own ecosystem. We can be doing a lot better at that.
Do you know much about soil ecology?
I do, actually. I mean, I'm not credentialed in any respect, but I'm very aware of it.
Like down to the metabolic cycles? Because I think that when you're talking about regenerative agriculture, you're still making that trade-off where you're going to lose organisms in your soil microbiome to competitive exclusion / there's another term that's slightly related, but it's exploitative competition, right? That's it.
Right. You are definitely putting yourself in a different, you're talking about about entropy and all that. You're definitely putting yourself in a different hole, a different valley by doing regenerative agriculture. Yeah, some species will be lost as a consequence of that activity, but the overall biodiversity is much higher than monocrop, which is my point.
And my concession would be, like, if we're going to do agriculture before we do 3D or anything, first of all, we have to stop eating meat, but that's a different issue. Or / local scale meat farming for like personal scale even. But with the amount of land use that we put towards this, I think, we should focus more on having a like 2/3 naturalized to 1/3 kind of agricultural ratio with well thought out kind of distributions, because what you're suggesting isn't inherently evil or wrong or anything like that, of course, but those trade-offs start to... Are you aware of, like, in systems how errors can accumulate, like, like the butterfly effect, stuff like that?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So think about, and do you know what integrating is in calculus, how that works, like the area under the line in the chart?
Yeah, integrations and derivatives and that sort of thing, yeah.
So think of this as like integrate, like as you start to go up in size, you start integrating these errors more and more at like a larger magnitude. And see, the reason that I'm studying my enclosed freshwater ecosystems, because I think we can do what you're talking about, but only in the most holistic sense. Like, we literally need to create a new ecosystem that's just as not biodiverse in the crop, but biodiverse in every other sense, right? Like in the community that surrounds the crop, including having, I think it's worth it to have to deal with some extra grass in your fucking lettuce that you have to pull out before you eat it, then, worrying about like, oh no, this grass, someone may not buy it. It's like, yeah, humans are incredibly adaptable beings. We can learn to get over it.
Right. Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Like if you have a sense of repulsion to eating grass when I say this, and you're like, oh no, I can't. Think about this, right? Like a lot of these things we have to normal food all the time. There's actually mushrooms called maitake, which are very popular in Asia, and a lot of people who come here to North America build communities around finding it still because it's so important culturally to them. But to us, like the mix of the smells are often off-putting, but to them it's the sweetest smell ever, right? These things are fluid in us. So just bear in mind that something that disgusts you now might not disgust you if you kind of change your perspective and think outside the box about it.
Yeah, I mean the French figured out a way to eat snails, so
Oh, burning the French, jeez.
someone's got to do it. Come on.
Is that a dog whistle? I can't tell.
It is against the French. But no, I agree.
So we need to I agree with you, but we can't just do it as is. Like the way we do it now is still a little bit reductive. And here's the thing, we also need to be aware that this will always be next to another ecosystem. And that ecosystem will be competing in some ways with our relative monoculture. When I say relative monoculture, it doesn't really make sense, but you get what I mean. And if we fight that, then we're just fighting nature, and then we're kind of working backwards from what we're trying to do. So these things need to be exquisitely planned out. I mean, we need to be doing experiments that are catered towards that specific GPS point on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Because
and that's where permaculture comes in. Permaculture is compatible with regenerative agriculture, and you can think of a sliding scale between. Go ahead.
I have a problem not with the perma, but with the culture. And it's because in real ecosystems, we don't decide where things grow. And in the best ecosystems, things do not grow except for maybe a grass field. Things do not tend to or peatland, for example, where moss covers literally everything. When things grow across that actually limits diversity. And peat moss does actually limit diversity in the aquatic water column. But anyways, and so when you do that, that is obviously a trade-off. For example, bog systems produce more methane. We need to figure out ways to do this that if we're going to get the outcomes we want, instead of saying you have to grow here and you have to grow here, we need to ask ourselves, how do we make the plants want to grow here at this amount and want to grow there at that amount?
Right.
We need to listen to nature instead of trying to tell it how to work.
That I agree with the one caveat, which is that right now we are telling nature how to work in the form of monocrop agriculture, and at least switching to regenerative / perma, it would be a much more informed and sustainable way of telling nature what to do. It would at least be a significant step ahead of monocrop.
I disagree, because right now our current design is a cog in the if we were to try to make this a naturalized system as well, that our monoculturing techniques would act as a cog in the wrench of those natural systems, especially the chaotic ones, which actually end up being what give us the quasi-stability that we need and those thermodynamic properties revolving entropy I was referring to. I'm not saying there aren't techniques. I am very much dedicated to studying the techniques, but we can't 99% of what we currently do is not sustainable. It just isn't, and we have to accept that.
And for me, regenerative is a way to switch to a more sustainable model.
And I understand what you mean. You're returning the nutrients back to the soil with each thing, and you actually kind of capture more before it's returned to the soil. So technically, there's a net increase of capture. The problem is
you reduce synthetic inputs.
You do, but that's not the issue. The issue is, again, most of these systems thrive with heterogeneity, which means which is the opposite of even what regenerative crops do. Regenerative crops work fine up until you start sacrificing the land costs. And I'm saying that the land costs, like I said, 2/3 to 1/3, and I'm talking about like here in southwestern Ontario, in places where like in the Midwest, they might need to do less in order to maintain their local heterogeneity across, because their ecosystem ecotopes tend to cover a lot more area, since they're less diverse. But then that comes back around and ends up being just a larger ecosystem.
Right. The Midwest has much bigger problems, I would say, than biodiversity necessarily.
Which are we more concerned of? Starving now, or people starving 100 years from now for sure, and like levels that will make communism seem like child's play, apparently, according to the right wingers, and because of climate change, right? And I'm saying like we already have people starving under capitalism. Learning how to make ecosystems that feed people now kind of is like the golden answer that doesn't make us rely on others. And I'm talking small scale. Like that's the point of some of these ecosystems, that they're simply just bioponic sources, and the plants that I grow are bioponic sinks. Which sounds really simple, but I'm making it as, detailed as possible because I guess I hate myself. But I don't like being productive, okay? I'm afraid of commitment, I'm afraid of success. I'm just kidding. But no, it's because these things matter so much more than we often have the time to pause and realize. And, I might find it beautiful, but like a lot of people find it limiting. And that really saddens me because, yeah, it's like limiting what we can do now with what we have. But it means that when we do something with what we have, it'll be the right step instead of, something future generations have to fix.
Right. I'm also a communist, so definitely sympathize with that. But
the key word was future generations. Like, I don't know if there's a word for being like a future generationalist or if this is futurism or whatever, but I'm thinking about, if they have to fix our mistakes, then we shouldn't have made those mistakes to begin with.
Right. But the reason people are starving now is not because our yields are insufficient. That's a distribution problem under capitalism.
Because of the scale.
But what I'm wondering is, what is the thing in your mind that would cause increased starvation in the short term, aside from the obvious climate change effects?
Well, just the fact that we're reliant on these unsustainable cycles.
Right.
We're reliant on food waste to get us the food that we need.
We're depleting our topsoil and our water.
My argument is basically just a moral one that says it would be better to, endure that in the short run than leave future generations with a much bigger problem.
Right. And I don't think that's incompatible with anything that I'm saying.
But that's like my argument for essentially shutting it down and saying, okay, we're gonna either have to compete or learn to share. Which one is it?
Obviously, we should learn to share.
And that's the thing is, like, I think majority of people have a misconception of like how selfish people are. Like, yes, selfish people exist, and the cognitive capacity to be selfish is certainly profoundly more insidious than like an animal's capacity to be selfish. However, I think that truly selfish people are a nurture problem. I don't think there is a selfish gene that determines our behavior. It really is like it can be like because you're not a bad person. But it can also be that things that do make you inclined to do that, like proclivities, never got checked. So
I 100% agree with you. It's definitely nurture over nature, I would say, in terms of the human selfishness problem.
Humans are unequivocally the most altruistic and eusocial creatures to ever exist in nature of all times. We have done more acts of kindness and selflessness on scales inconceivable to animals, literally, because we are so selfless when we want to be.
Yes, I agree. And you can see that in the form of humans being serial domesticators. I mean, we could not have domesticated other species to the extent that we did if not for us having a proclivity for...
No, that's not true. Because domestication is really just mutualism, right? And like we know of ants that domesticate aphids and stuff like that to
Correct.
basically farm honeydew from them. Our domestication. Oh, and they also domesticated fungi along with termites. Our domestication with pets, particularly as eusocial emotional support animals, comes out of our original use of them for utility, and then us bonding with them because we're able to bond with creatures who aren't the same species with us, which is something unique to us.
That's what I was referring to. I mean,
It's not to
yes,
say
you
like
get-
it can
you-
never happen, but animals experience forces that make it almost impossible that you'll see like a deer hanging out with a wolf, obviously.
Right. You do get wolves hanging out with ravens, though, which is also very interesting. But,
You know what brings them together? Mushrooms.
mushrooms bring everything together.
Oyster mushrooms specifically. Ravens and crows are known to seek out oyster mushrooms
So
from the smell.
So before we go into some nerdy, awesome science stuff, I want to start to move the conversation to a dark place. The UN low population estimate or projection is that in the year 2100, we are going to go below 6 billion people. The medium projection is 10 billion and plateau there, and the high is like 15 billion. So where we're headed, and I interviewed.
So what are they attributing this to, though?
Well, okay, so this is exactly where I can go with it, because I interviewed the author of the book Empty Planet, and he argues that a lot of countries, China, India, Southeast Asia, they have overstated their population numbers, and the UN is far too optimistic, and so we're headed for even going below the population projections in 2100. Unless we invent something like immortality, we're going to have a functionally empty planet. We're going to be heading for less than 1 billion people on the planet. We're going to be looking at incentives for reproducing.
How come? So this gives me so many questions, especially because
Me too.
people mention that the other West Pacific countries are doing something that we would never do. Is just always suspicious to me. How is this person so certain that data, which technically shouldn't be available if they're not reporting it, is there?
I need to interrogate that a little more closely. I probably read back over or watch back over the episode, but basically, yes, it is like India, like China especially, is far lower than they were projected to be, and India is headed lower. And so his hypothesis is that, well,
but see, here's what who did that survey, and how the hell can you possibly do that without doing a literal census?
Who's tracking down the missing people?
Yeah, or not, like who's tracking down the made up people?
Yeah.
Like, it's not that you can't, but this just seems like a very complex thing with you need a lot of journalistic integrity to be able to navigate this cross-culturally and not misreport it.
Right. Well, this is a guy who has written a book. So it's Daryl Bricker, Empty Planet: The Shock of Global Population Decline. So let's play with the.
Are you worried about that? Yeah.
I'm not worried. I'm going to be dead before 2100, long before that.
I don't think we need to even worry about their whatever attribute. I mean, I can think of ways where it could happen. And I mentioned this in chat earlier in terms of the rate at which we've begun to start to deplete our groundwater. We already know about the topsoil depletion. I mean, the way we're doing monocrop agriculture right now cannot be sustained into 2100 for sure. And we might even see mass starvation as a consequence of
our crops are going to start getting burned down before we can even use them.
From climate change, you mean?
Yeah, and from other nearby fires just propagating into those highly fuel-rich environments.
Yeah, one of those things will happen, whether it's climate change or groundwater depletion or topsoil depletion. We can certainly find ways to
repump groundwater.
Mass starvation.
Right, we can even treat we can treat sewage and recirculate that.
Not as fast as we're depleting it in places where I have lived. However,
No,
Yeah.
no. Don't say we can't. I'm not going to make
How do you
statements
do
about
it
how
in the
much we
Midwest?
do. But I did grow up in a city where they used well water, and to avoid this, what they did is they had a water treatment plant, and they made another well, and they pumped the water back down, so that switching that from like, going out to the Grand River and stuff like that. So that way, that water table always maintained its level, and they could even add some from the Grand River if they needed to. Why aren't we doing this?
I don't know if you can scale those water treatment systems up to the extent that you would need to re-achieve balance in our aquifers.
You probably have to
I'm skeptical of that.
network. You probably have to network nearby aquifers to water sources with deeper, more landlocked aquifers. Because I understand that like these aquifers, they're like little pockets of water, and the water seeps from one to the next through diffusion, and that's a very lengthy process, to be honest. And the fact that the water's there did take a long time, and it's why it's so well filtered and mineralized. What I'm saying is that with the well technology we have, we can network these wells, we can pump them, and we can bring things back to the state they were in before. And that will probably even help the biogeochemical cycling beneath the soil of those regions. So we should be doing it even if we stop using aquifers to, water our crops and get our drinking water.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like I said, I'm skeptical of the rate that we would be able to use some manual process to return water to the soil.
If we can pump it out at a rate that then we can pump it in at a rate. There's no difference. In fact, it's easier because gravity.
We just need commitment, and we need a source of water. So to give an example, north of the Columbia Basin, there's a place called Spokane, and Spokane has this glacial aquifer, and we are rapidly depleting that aquifer faster than the Columbia Basin seeps into it. So
every single sink for that water, what you do is you get a water treatment plant, take the pipe out of that water treatment plant, run it back to the aquifer, drill a hole down there, run a pump so that way you make sure it's always going down that hole. And then you say, guess what? We're now a closed loop system.
You can't. No, it's not a closed loop. Here's the problem.
No, I know it's not a perfect closed loop, but I'm not saying it is.
Yeah.
So there's two ways that open that loop. One is evaporation losses, and this is a part of monocrop agriculture. You will lose some of that water just to evaporation, just to be able to water your crops. Two, water in aquifers seeps up to the rivers that flow out to the sea. River water doesn't just come from precipitation from above that then feeds into the center of the basin and consolidates at the river and then goes out to the sea. It comes up from the bottom through the aquifers as well.
Yes and no. I have seen examples. In fact, the town I lived in is actually very hilly, and because of that, you can go up and down and then up and down again within a kilometer. There were these pockets that had stratified back because of the glaciers retreating, and they were above the water. So the water table actually had less head pressure on those aquifers than on the river, or more head pressure on the aquifers. Less. And so the water was able to travel back down into the water. And that's part of why we wanted to do that, because as aquifers deplete, we know they kind of get more polluted, and that really does not help the local ecology very much.
Yeah, I agree with that. And yeah, I can see how, if you deplete the groundwater table to a certain extent, you're going to reduce the pressure, and then less will end up seeping up through the river. But then you end up with a whole different set of problems from people who depend on the actual flow of that river. So.
What I'm describing means that you haven't, your net export is only evaporation, and is your other losses, which are drainage through, into other watersheds. Mm-hmm. My thing is, what I'm trying to say is, this would be a far lot less loss than if we just pumped the aquifer. and it's a lot easier to re-add to the aquifer if we're already feeding back as much as we're taking and then putting back towards this stuff.
Yeah.
So in agriculture, you can do something called water tiling. And if you do water tiling, then you can set up a drainage system where all the water flows back into a channel. And by doing that, yes, you're going to have losses with evaporation, but the water that is reclaimed will still be much greater than the amount that is evaporated, so long as your flow rate is high enough. It's all about flow rate, right? Because if you have standing water, then obviously it's going to evaporate and then you've reclaimed nothing.
Right. Well, and I mean, my issue, and this goes back to monocrop versus regenerative, is under monocrop, a lot of it just evaporates out of the soil. It's not stagnant water. It's
Well, that's always going to
water just
happen.
evaporates.
We're never going to, like, the only way we're going to
You could
avoid that is if
significantly reduce it with regenerative.
it's growing crops that can grow under trees. But no, because all plants evaporate water and all soils evaporate water. That's like the aerobic nature of the upper soil is that it has less water, so more oxygen can get in. And that's because it's water that is seeping up from the ground is evaporating as it gets closer and closer to the air.
Correct, but you achieve much greater water infiltration rates with regenerative agriculture,
No, I
so
agree.
the water goes deeper.
But
So
this goes back to my thing where, like, then we can do water tiling and reclaim even more water than before.
are you talking about tile water drainage?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is a different kind of way to totally re-engineer the way we're doing agriculture.
That's
right?
how we should be doing it. It's so smart. Like,
So
why
we
wouldn't
agree
we?
that we should. Well, yeah. I mean, it seems like you agree that we need to re-engineer our entire farm system,
Oh, of
at least
course,
away
yeah.
from monocrop.
Bookchin, like, if you listen to him speak about farming, you'd be like, Bookchin, calm down. We can rebuild. We don't have to get rid of agriculture, please. No, he's not that bad, but but please, Nasai, if you haven't read Bookchin, please check him out. I know you guys are communists, and you probably will rub you the wrong way that he's like thinking post-communist, but I don't think he has bad thoughts about Marx. I think he respects Marx's opinions. It's, he's like, it's just not good enough. It's not going to serve our ecological needs.
Yeah. mean-
So when it comes to ecological needs and this whole stability of mankind, this is like and especially Bookchin's era, this is based on the assumption that we would wildly diverge from system stability. Like it.
We are.
Okay.
We already have.
Okay. So I'll put this reference in chat. I also interviewed another person who's a big fan
Which
of
chat?
any of the live stream chats.
Oh, can you post it somewhere in here too? Either
Yeah,
whether it's the VC for this or a
Yeah,
general.
let me post in there too. So
You don't even have a general voice thing.
side chat. You should be able to read
Yes.
side chat.
I got
Okay.
side chat.
Okay, great. So Mike Stass, Damn the Matrix blog, is like a huge eco prepper guy who thinks that there is an inevitable ecological collapse that will
So you're
arrive.
against degrowth.
I am for smart degrowth.
Me
And that
too.
is
Yeah. Okay.
because we need to reduce.
Glad I convinced you on that.
Well, no, I've always been against primitivism because we have absolutely created marvelous things with technology to this date, and to lose that would be bad. Now, this is only true what I'm saying when you separate technology from industry, right? The means to which we have made the ends of capitalism realized to whatever's possible are not sustainable. Those are what we want to get rid of. And I want to see a world where industry at best is local scale or, networked across communities, and that's at worst. And at best, I want these means of production to be in people's hands. Like, I still want people to have 3D printers, but I also I want machining and CNC and all that stuff to be a local economy.
I agree.
That would be amazing. I'm pretty unsure on this topic, but yeah, I could see.
Read Bookchin. Read
Yeah,
Bookchin. I'm telling you, he will speak to your soul.
Yeah.
I think it was Rojava that he went to and consulted them, and they were very like they very much attributed their successes. If it was Rojava, if they weren't successful, it might have been Syrians. I'm bad with geopolitics, so if I said anything bad there, just ignore it. Anyways, you can figure out the story for yourself.
Right.
But anyways, they attribute part of their success to their revolution to Bookchin.
Yeah. I'm not confident that anyone before, like, before the modern era, modern has.
He's not before them. No, he was writing books until the 2000s, I think.
Yeah, Bookchin's recent.
He's a social ecologist.
Right.
Like he puts the ecology into his actual like ideology.
Right. Well, there's technological preferences there. Like traditionally, there's technological preferences in that attitude, and while I am optimistic that we can get there, I think it's very unlikely that we will get there.
If you want to send me something that navigates that,
Yeah.
and have me come back to you with what Bookchin's answer would be, I can try to do that. I can also just give you what my answer would be from what Bookchin has like taught me to see. Or, if you want to read Bookchin, I guarantee you he's going to address it. He has so many books, and I honestly think he's the green-pilled Marx.
Mm.
And that's why, like, I'm pushing the dark green pill, which is, yes, I'm a misanthrope. That's because humanity has to earn not just my respect, but the respect of future generations. Because they're going to be like, this is bullshit. I already think that about former generations below me. Is like, you gave us this to deal with? Like, I get it. Like, you're in your heyday. But come on. It's a little bit selfish.
Right.
Thanks, capitalism.
Well, so he's from what I'm finding, he's very critical of the deep green movement. And so does that leave him a room to be at all accepting of nuclear energy? And from the other quotes that I see
think
here,
like, I'm not telling you to take everything he says and run with it, right?
Right.
I'm telling you to let him just open your mind
Yeah.
to this extension of communist theory, which is what I think he honestly does, into an ecological framework that is more advanced.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because, like, I think what he's saying is compatible with nuclear energy, but like we might have to make nuclear energy compatible with it as well as
Right.
like a sort of mutualism.
Yeah, and I very much agree there that we need to sort of free nuclear from the idea that it serves the state. It serves the syndicate of the people who produce energy, and it serves local communities, and it serves that whole community of people, rather than being a part of the escalation of growth without limits.
So going into the dark green pill, though, this is my personal philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I said Greenchin's more green pilled than anything, but it's like at this point I'm struggling to be like, oh, these people died. I'm so concerned, because at this point it's like, yes, there's less people on this planet. Not because like there's too many people per se, but like so many people's lives are like these first world, resource hoarding, energy wasting kind of lives. And it's, I care more at this point about both like the animals who are dealing with our bullshit way more than we are because we've isolated ourselves from it all. And, future generations who literally will not have half the luxuries we're having while talking to each other right now in Discord, for example. I think that's going to be way more intermittent and, isolated to affordability as these systems become more unstable in ways that we hadn't planned for. So, and just to point out, Carl, we've, according to some scientists, with quite a bit of agreement and very little, solid pushback, people have their criticisms. apparently surpassed 5 out of 9 of the planetary boundaries that we've identified, which keep our planet in check. 2 of them are unidentified, like we haven't quantified them. I think parts of 2 of them we haven't quantified. But as far as we know, 5 of them are definitely surpassed the stable safe zone, and we're starting to experience runaway effects based on those. So if you want to look at that up, look up the 9 planetary boundaries, and of course you'll see.
Yeah, I see the Catherine Richardson, and it doesn't really vibe with the IPCC take on this, which is
they're using different metrics, right? They're using different ways of analyzing this altogether.
Right.
And I'm not surprised. IPCC is way more conservative with like the projections they want to make.
Yeah. And they're only making projections where they can definitely hit those projections. And what they are saying is that yes, glacial melt.
At the same time, like when I say projections, I mean projections that our data means this, as opposed to your projection. Like you mean projections of the future. They're not even really doing that, right? They're saying like this can lead to, exceeding this boundary can lead to this, but they don't try to quantify that or anything. All they're trying to say is, we were a lot better off beneath these zones, and that's just statistically observable.
No, that's WG2 is
I'm not good with names, so
okay. So there's working groups 1, 2, and 3.
Right. So, okay. Yes. This is familiar now.
Yeah. So 1 is the physical basis, like where we're at. 2 is where we could be going, and 3 is how do we adapt. And so from what I
could be right.
Yeah. But from what I remember, the WG2 stuff does say, okay, it is possible that we will hit a trajectory that will, in 200 years, see massive glacial loss. And so that this is like the one place where I do see IPCC talking about planetary boundaries and how one at least is breaking down. They don't cover. You're right. They don't cover the vast majority of these, but they are saying, here's one. Here's what we can predict, unless we change course.
I think that's just because the literature that associates these other things is still emerging. There is still debate, and the IPCC just doesn't want to take a side on that and end up being wrong.
Right. Well, they're certainly very. They're not conservative in other predictions. So I'll read more about the planetary boundaries.
I just meant like they're more concerned about their projections being true, how accurate. No, sorry, not true, but accuracy.
Yeah.
Because that's, people are going to use that to inform themselves.
Yeah.
I don't think the planetary boundaries things was supposed to be like an informative metric so much as it's an awareness garnering tool to convey the ideas that this is where we lose stability and this is how far we've gone.
Yeah.
It's like informatics, right?
Right. Yeah, I'll have to read more of this Richardson paper. It's got a really nice graphic.
Oh, are you referring to the planetary boundaries graphic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you've seen that they subdivide it too, and I think that shows that, they're willing to admit nuances where they exist. Just we're talking about global scales, right? So there are, of course, heterogeneous differences, but they're trying to filter that out. And if I recall correctly, IPCC talks about specific regions more so than this would.
Right.
One thing I would like to see come out of this is okay, so take all the different ecosystems we know about, even in the different climate boundaries that we find them in, and differentiate based on that too. And then what are, our best projections, both from the IPCC and from these planetary boundary projections.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
I'm just saying, I've become a misanthropist the more I've learned. And I think it makes more sense that if we're concerned about suffering, that we stop being concerned about immediate suffering and loss. We do be leftists, and we support the underserved classes such that they are lifted up above the affluent. But at the same time, we say to the relatively affluent, look, you had your golden age. If you're mad, blame it on past generations who kind of dug this grave for you. But we got to do something. We got to do something. Dark green pill.
There it is. There's the 9 planetary boundaries on my screen. I should probably use the Discord screen sharing, but now the audience.
Oh, it's fine. I can use your screen and just mute you. I love muting you. I'm just kidding. In fact, it was the opposite. I do want to work with you on anything. Like if you want to collab on anything, feel free.
Yeah.
You'd also be welcome on my podcast and my panels whenever you want and are interested in the topics.
I honestly, I'm heading through the end of a tough part of my life, and I really hope that I have a job opportunity.
That's why I just said when you want, and you're welcome. So.
Yeah. If I miss this
Consider
job
yourself
opportunity, I will definitely be going back to school to finish my degree, because otherwise there's no hope for me.
Oh God, yeah. Right now I'm clamping down on my math, and I had no idea. Like I've been teaching myself through kind of like osmosis, like calculus, like with the synthesizer thing, imaginary numbers and complex numbers and stuff like that, and trigonometry, all this crazy stuff. And then like I go to Khan Academy and I start trying to like clamp down and make sure I've got my comprehension. It turns out I still have to go through algebra fucking 2.
Oh, jeez.
There's a lot I missed when I did not finish high school.
Oh man, I'm probably, if I ever go into AI or computer graphics, I am going to have to retake linear algebra, I think.
So you code?
Oh God, I have written over 2 million lines of code. I've been in IT for 2 decades.
Okay, I don't need the exhaustive list, but
No.
give us like top 5 languages that you've used.
The most of my experience is in Java. I have experience from Java 1.1 all the way to
Holy, you are old. Oh my God.
right?
Oh no, like okay, people have tried to say things to impress me about their coding skills before, and I started when I was 12, okay? So I've been around myself and not a lot impresses me. You just blew me the fuck away, and I'm having like a fucking endorphins rush.
That's my
Oh my God.
that's my undergraduate was Java 1.1.
Holy shit.
And I started coding when I was like 11 or 12 in middle school. And so when I was 6, my grandfather sat me down in front of my Commodore 64.
You didn't know you were coding. You didn't know. You weren't like,
I knew what it was. I knew if I typed these things into it, it would.
I'm going to say the earliest that you can be like truly coding is like maybe 8 or 9 with like a mod. But like prior to that, you probably just think you're playing a video game.
Oh no! I knew that if I typed these things, from the magazine, I would get a video.
Children are not able to code. Their brains are not developed enough.
I put my daughter at 7 years old in a Scratch coding camp.
Preach, Soyato. You preach.
Kids can code.
I don't mean to misgender you. I just mean that in like the meme, of course.
Coding is like the next universal subject that every child will have to learn.
I like that you put your daughter in code, because that's certainly like I would have finished high school math if I had been like in a coding math curriculum.
Yeah,
that doesn't exist. I think it should, but I think it should be optional and reserved for like special cases. So for someone like me who would just absolutely nail it on tests, because those were almost like under simulating to me in most things, but couldn't finish an assignment for the fucking life of me, yet I could finish my coding projects. Mm-hmm. Somebody needed to make the fucking connection. She finished, he, but I'm just going to say she. She finishes her coding projects. She finishes her tests and nails them, but she doesn't finish her math projects, but she finishes her coding tests and nails them. It's almost like if we could get her to code out math, she would finish the assignments and still nailed her tests. But nope.
I was so disappointed. The business department lost the programming, the rights to having in high school. The business track, the professional track, lost the rights to teach programming to the math department. So my freshman year, or was my sophomore?
Why are they doing that in academia? Why are they trying to separate it?
It was
I've gotta know.
It was the 90s. Sorry, I mean they're dumb.
Well, to be fair, okay.
Yeah.
I would say like anything post 2010, they probably wouldn't get it just naturally.
So while I had done Turtle Graphics and I was teaching here, okay, I'm going to brag a little bit. I taught
You did
my
graphics?
teacher nested loops in Turtle Graphics.
I don't know Turtle Graphics, but like to do graphics prior to like C++.
Turtle
is
Graphics
like
is
amazing
an
to me.
amazing teaching tool for children. It's basically Spirograph using BASIC.
So they did the inverse, what they did, which was finding a complex way to do something easy, like that's normally easy.
Yes.
There's this, or no, that is the same thing as what I did. So there's this time in coding class where I didn't it was a test, and I forgot how to do the absolute function because I couldn't remember if it was 4 letters or 3. And I genuinely I sat there for like 5 minutes, like I don't fucking know, right? So all I did is I squared the output and then square rooted it. And my teacher fucking loved it. My teacher was like, "You're fucking gifted. You're fucking like if you're able to think outside the code already, you should be like a professional coder." It's like, yeah, well, I don't like in my situation at the time, school was the only way I could code actually, which was the inverse of how I started, which is very weird, but
yeah.
So, it was one of those things where it was barely noticed and then it just slipped through everyone's fingers because there's nothing there for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I just jumped right into DirectX. That was my.
Oh boy.
And then he asked me like, which do you think is more efficient? The absolute function or, what you did. And I thought about it and I was like, well, really, the absolute function probably just does this or just gets rid of the negative flag if it's working at the core assembly.
Right.
And is efficient. So to be honest, I would imagine the absolute function is still more efficient. And he gave me extra marks for that.
Nice.
Yeah, so I got like over 100% on that test.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason the function exists as something separate from.
Yeah. So here's the here's the next bragging moment. The next thing I do when I found out that I could not learn BASIC at school because the math department did not offer a programming course, and mind you, I was already programming C on a Borland compiler. I just wanted to do more. And I
haven't heard about so much of what you're saying, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah.
Like holy fuck, dude! But I can picture it, right? Like I can picture you even printing out the code on like the long sheets of the paper. I forget what you call it with the
dot matrix printer. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, did you have like the folded sheets, one on top of another?
Yep.
Holy fuck!
I still have the
sound.
The sound is in my head, like. Bzz, bzz, is the
I can even hear it.
Yeah.
Because I've watched every piece of media that's ever like shown that since I do love any movies or TV shows to do with coding.
Yeah, War Games. Like War Games was like
right
half a generation before me, but that like War Games is totally the right era for my computer.
Oh, it was ahead of its time with
So
100. It's amazing that like it was like if you took Ferris Bueller's Day Off and put it and like made it like relevant. Well, it's Ferris Bueller's Day Off plus that other side of the War Games. But if you made it relevant all the way up into like 100 years in the future.
Yeah. So here's the punchline. I founded the computer club at my high school.
Nerd.
Yeah. Yep. That was me.
Like you can't like no honestly like that's nerd shit. Of course, I know way too many nerds of different stripes for that to mean much. It's the fact that you actually dealt with the hardware for me. I'm a hardware fucking nerd, right? So like, I'm like, oh fuck. He printed that shit on dot matrix on a dot matrix printer with foldable stacks of paper. God damn.
The thing that
Wait, did you ever have to like print console log output, like your debug output, with that method?
Oh,
'Cause
with
you
the
didn't
printer? No,
Because you
never.
didn't have like a screen? Okay.
No,
Because that's a little bit before, but I've heard about people who like you could write a debug program, but the OS didn't have any way for you to display log or those results. You could only ever manipulate the code, and then all your output would go to the printer. And I was like, yeah, I probably wouldn't have coded in that era. I probably just would have given up.
That would have been an interesting way of helping with my bootloader, because the COM or the serial port would probably be really easy to write to. I did write a bootloader as part of my college studies in C89, and that's a challenge. I'm happy when I see like a computer science department that still does that, because I really found it valuable.
So at that time, there wasn't a lot of like complexities in OSs or even architecture. Was there a lot of conditional statements or like, like, was there a lot of additional features you had to give other than, of course, loading the stuff to memory and getting ready for execution?
Oh, you mean for the bootloader?
If I've got that right.
It wasn't incredibly complex. It was,
Okay, yeah.
it was not that hard of a architecture once you figured out like, okay, we need to put this in this part of the memory and then figure out what we're doing next. So it's not an incredibly complex problem. The one that was really great was the file system and reading the inodes and handling like buffer alignment and making sure that you could move files around and read and write them. That's like probably one of the favorite courses that I ever took was operating the base level operating systems course, where I did file IO at the low level.
Oh yeah, and that stuff is like basically like you can't use assembly as easily anymore, and if you do, you're getting into a whole different beast. Because I like working with my studies in assembly language, with like writing programs in theory.
Mm-hmm.
But although I do have one with all the stuff I need to start running it, I'm just lazy, I guess.
Yeah.
A 6502C, and that is the microcontroller which controlled the YM2149, which for those who weren't here earlier, that's the sound chip with 3 square wave channels that made noises for the Nintendo Entertainment System. So I'm very much into like retro chiptune, like hard coding stuff.
Nice.
In fact, I'm going to be making that like part of the logical architecture I'm going to make is going to couple that whole system with my synthesizer that's a mixed signal analog computer, as well as this keyboard I have, and I'm going to use a Raspberry Pi to convert MIDI signals to, opcodes for the 6502C.
Nice.
And for the synthesizer. So it's going to both control my piano and I'm going to control it. And the idea of it's going to feel like you're using software at the end of the day, because it's just everything's going to be all like computer side digital for the operation. But the sounds and like what you can do with so little, especially just my mind is blown when I think about what you can do when you multiplex it. I'm just going to say that much. Or not multiplex it, but like, set it up in arrays. So like the first synth I'm going to make, and this is as much as I'm willing to tell anybody, is something called the bouncing ball synth. So it's like take a ball, and if you just let it go with no input, it'll like fall and bounce according to gravity. Or if you can change the setting and it'll fall, drop down past the bottom, and then reappear at the top and then keep falling.
So here's the thing that I'm most proud of lately is.
Oh, come on. You had so long. I'm not done yet.
Go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, keep going. Because you're talking about like all your complex projects, and it's like if you just look at the screen, this one's pretty easy. It's just
Okay.
taking
Like
MIDI
complex
signals, and
project.
I made a state machine so that I could fade in and out my signals on my controller.
So I'll admit that you're not wrong. There are complex numbers involved with my synthesizer. Just kidding. No, but what I was trying to get at is like the digital interface will make it so that you don't even like feel like you're changing channels or anything like that. That's all done behind the scenes. Unlike most analog synthesizers, where there's some degree of like you have to manipulate wires or switches.
Right.
But you can, and that'll be the fun part about it. Is like, it'll respond to those changes depending on how you've programmed it. So this will be for performers who
Right.
want to do like absolutely insane sounding stuff with electronic music that has like you can even fine tune the flavor and everything in ways that we think of this stuff as being like, well, Moog has a flavor because of its filters and stuff like that. This will be the hardware emulation of any synthesizer you've ever created. I'm not going to make like a Moog setting, right? But you can tweak that. You can find the flavor that works best for you.
Are you a fan of Look Ma No Computer?
Oh, I love him.
All right. And have you
Kind of hot, not gonna lie.
have you considered like figuring out how to write synth plugins?
What do you mean synth plugins?
Like
I don't want people to interface with the computer. I want the entire interface to be on the synth.
hardware only. Okay. All right.
It'll even have its own keyboard, and you can write into the console or into the coding sections what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can have it run from the controls that you operate, both physically or that you set in the settings. And you can have that all change according to the program, depending on what song's playing, the part of the song, stuff like that.
Right.
So there's a very high level control, but you can operate it however you want. And the low level control is what gives it so much dynamics.
Yeah. So
And by the
for
way,
me-
this one setup, the bouncing ball synth, is literally like one of a billion configurations I can make to make all sorts of different things happen that either emulate physical systems, emulate abstract systems, geometric systems. I have a theory that like what I'm doing with this technology will have profound effects on graphics cards.
yeah.
Because it can handle nonlinear equations so much better than computers can.
Okay.
And it does it procedurally, right? So like if I say here's my starting conditions, here's the parameters, and here's the function, it will pick the core and it'll just run that, and then that all the output it gives, I can just go back to whenever the computer's ready, and then just use that curve data as my simulation data. So this is both real-time physics simulation and like something like vector graphics, because you're able to apply trigonometry to these systems as well.
Right. It sounds really, really great, but it's like I wonder if you could, like, after you figure out how you're doing this, if you figure out how to adapt it to
I've already have, like, by the way, some core principles written down of how this would work in the graphical settings. I just realized I need to do more research to the state of the art and figure out how this will actually fit in with currently existing technology instead of me trying to reinvent the wheel.
Right, and that's where I'm going. Like okay, you're learning, you're teaching yourself something valuable, and how do you then integrate this with a traditional digital audio workstation?
You want to know what's funny too is like the applications for this are incredibly broad. I'm making drones as well. I'm designing my own drones because I want to have a drone fleet business where I'm just hired to bring either specialized or generalized drones for all sorts of occasions. And the mostly ecological, by the way, though. But the idea is when I make my own drones, they're going to be very precise. Like I'm talking like Swiss or German standard, or even Japanese standard of engineering, where it's like not commercial engineering. Like I mean, like they're really precise stuff. To where like you can't even notice a flaw in, like, for example, the control loops. And what I mean by control loops is something like you have your fans operating at a certain speed. You know, one of your accelerometers knows you're starting to dip, and then you start to pick up your speed to compensate, right? the speed at which you can respond to that in these analog computing systems will be closer to the speed of light than anything I think digital systems has been able to create. With optimization. I'm not going to be the one to do that, but I'm certainly going to experiment with this technology. It has very strong integration, like IC integration capabilities, to the point where this can exist on something known as a field programmable analog array. So if you know what a field programmable gate array is, just imagine a version of that with op amps and summers and comparators on it instead of your logic gates. With also logic gates on it. So it's always going to be part FPGA because it wouldn't work without that. I'm basically doing a broken out, non-integrated version.
Right.
A modular version.
Interesting. I mean, some of my favorite old electronic music is basically people playing with these concepts. Like Square Pusher was all,
I love him.
Right?
Oh my God.
Analog assembled bass synths. Yeah. And bass pedals. Yeah. Oh, and Sam the Human is like a nerd for pedal, like mechanics of making guitar pedals.
Well, yeah, because I know he went to Georgia Tech, right? And I wanted to talk to him about signals and systems because that's like that I've been learning from actually Professor Lanterman's series on on their YouTube channel and his YouTube channel, and he's such a great presenter of these things too. He's so charismatic and whimsical.
Nice.
Yeah, and that's such a great lecture series. There's actually quite a few lecture series on signals and systems, but I've been using the principles from that every step of the way. And now I really want to talk to him now that I'm at least I'm using the principles from the first half of the lectures at least.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. I'm not all the way there. I also wanted to ask you, do you ever use Node? Have you ever used Node.js, and if you have, what do you think of it?
I was the only person to get affiliate by streaming Screeps, which is based in Node.js. It's a programming video game. It's like an RPG that you play with.
Send that to me.
Yeah, you play with Node.js.
Do you have a VOD too? I'd like to see your VOD.
Oh man, let's see if I can find one.
Send it to me when you get a chance, if necessary.
Yeah.
Have you seen the channel Doug, by the way?
Doug. I don't.
Oh my God! Check out Doug.
Okay.
You'll love him. He also has an actual VOD channel, Doug. And I would honestly recommend that because that's where you see the actual coding he does behind the scenes. But he does challenges where he'll code mods for video games where either his audience can interact or AI can interact in this shit. And then it's like it's supposed to be can I get through 5 Skyrim dungeons with cheese spawning every time chat writes cheese in chat or something like that, right? It's just fucking ridiculous. There's one where, so he took prompts from chat to write his LinkedIn to fill out his LinkedIn profile because he wanted to make it something that would troll anyone who looked at it since he was sick of getting offers. And so the chat just comes up with the craziest shit. And then he runs it through Storyteller.ai or whatever that is, Story.ai. And it's, oh my God. Just the thought of people who legitimately are going to him with a business proposal for him being a coder and then seeing some of the shit on there.
Nice.
You can't help, because it's all real. Honestly, I'm very much into real practical comedy. Where you can imagine, oh my God, someone's gonna have to experience this, and it's not necessarily sinister, but it is funny.
All right, so I put the longest VOD that I had. It's on my old channel, which is mostly falling off.
I can usually get a good grasp of games just from watching bits of playthrough. I never need the whole thing.
It's actually, I think it's mostly me talking about the update, and maybe a little.
If you ever wanted to do coding challenges like this Doug guy does, because you feel inspired, I would love to help you out behind the scenes with that, because I've been wanting to work on ways to implement that. I'm not really good at working with new software. I'm just not a big software person. So I don't like downloading new software, learning new software, all that stuff. That's the worst part of coding for me. So I like working with what I know. And this requires working with a lot of what you don't know. And I'd rather see like work vicariously through someone else who's willing to take that risk.
I would absolutely jump into Discord and go through my hacker rank or whatever training for my next interview because I'm a little rusty and I need to do that. You know, I'm going to write a parser. I'm going
Do
to
you
warm
want
myself
to
up.
do like a competition? Like we post our results. Okay, but are we doing like, is this like just a test or is there like a tutorial involved? Because I've only done the ones where you get taught first and then you do the test.
I would probably just go top to bottom through Top Coder or hacker rank and just see how many challenges I can go through and like intentionally prepare for an interview is what I would do. So things that have tripped me up in the past are always like a word search or word search related algorithms. I don't have the best grasp on those, especially for whiteboard programming and other like the funniest.
Okay, why are you talking about hacking though? Because I was talking about making like whimsical mods that your chat can interact with or get enjoyment from.
Okay, no, so there's different interview prep sites, and one of them is called Hacker Rank.
Okay, so what was okay? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you have that idea, like if you like, I sent you the link to Doug, and if you see that what he does, and you're like, oh man, I got to do that with my audience.
Oh boy.
All I'm gonna say is like I can help you with some of the background work. You just need to like come up with the idea. I'll write what I can, and I do work with Node.js, so I can make things browser interfaceable.
Nice.
Such that you can control them with a browser page.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan. Do you know who Theo is?
Send me it.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I don't.
Twitch.tv/Theo.
Okay, cool. And yeah, because I like I said, I'm looking to work with someone through that, where they basically say just write some code for me that does this.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do that for them, and then that makes their side of doing what someone like Doug does a lot easier. Because I think for him, he has what it takes to do coding streams and just like pad out his streams with the coding as well as the gaming.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of anticipation there. I think it's honestly smarter to start out by minimizing how much coding you do up front until you generate an audience. It's like, yeah, I want to see you code. Let's go.
So when it comes to developing your live stream coding audience, study Theo. He was one of the Twitch developers who went on to work a Y Combinator session, developed a video.
Wait,
product.
what is that again? I haven't heard that term in so long, and I don't even think I ever knew what it was. Y Combinator.
Y Combinator is a San Francisco-based angel investing and business training course.
Oh, I thought that was like some sort of network architecture thing.
Well, Y Combinator is also Hacker News, which is sort of this old school like Slashdot successor.
Oh, that's where I would have heard it at least, and I probably heard it thinking it was like a reference to some sort of hardware because I'm hardware brained.
Oh right, Combinator.
Yeah, and a Y, right? Because how many even signals deal with Ys and X's. But sorry, what you were saying? He was involved with this company.
Oh yeah, no. So he Y Combinator basically gives you a startup angel fund, and he started his company, and he's independent, but also probably the number 2 Twitch coding streamer behind Primerogen.
Did you know that Doug won like a best streamer award?
Nice.
So I'm just gonna say Doug might be better. Just maybe.
No, I mean on Twitch. There's Theo and the Primerogen.
He's on Twitch. Yeah, he's on Twitch.
Okay.
No, I know you're using different metrics. I'm just being like uselessly combative.
Okay.
This is come on. This is a debate panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
Because I'm debate brained.
Actually, no, it's not.
Actually.
Okay. I'll find Doug on Twitch as well.
Oh my god. I'm just telling you, like, he knows how to make the funnest streams. And it's a, like, it might be a little young for us, the audience that he's
Oh wow,
directing
Doug
it at.
is way bigger. Holy crap.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Why have I not heard of Doug if I know
Because
Theo and
because
Primarily?
he has not touched politics for any
No,
reason.
Theo and Primarigen are totally unrelated to politics.
But you said Theo at least like worked with Twitch, right?
No, yeah, he wrote the admin interface.
So that probably got him at least like talked about within Twitch communities for whatever reason.
No,
that
I
would've-
literally met him on a referral to someone who thought I should work in his startup.
So remember how you watched the Food Shops panel on genetics?
Right.
And you went in probably expecting somebody to at least lay down some facts, and then it just ended up being like all below our pay grade. Not that I even have one, but
Yeah.
and so I think what happens with these issues and how they bleed into the politics spheres is like the sort of things you're seeing on Fresh and Fit, where they don't actually care if this is political or not. They don't even care if there's something to debate about. They just want to keep mentioning his name so his audience will want to watch their stream. And they just make up things like, oh, this person coded a thing for Twitch. Now he's a successful Twitch streamer. Ethical debate? Conflict of interest? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I've seen it happen, and I was just like, why are we debating this?
Yeah.
Why? Who is this person? Why do they matter? They don't. My life will go on better without knowing about them.
I got to see if Theo is in Doug's server.
And I'm not saying that's like I know that's what happened with him, but that's usually how
Yeah.
politics people like us hear about him. I heard about Doug because Cly. I don't know if you ever talked to Cly,
Uh-huh.
but she's a big fan,
Nice.
and I told her that I did code, and she's like, "Oh my god, you gotta check out this. Check out Doug." I was like, "Okay, fine, I accept." She wasn't like that, but so I'm getting a little bit too comfortable, and I'm using like I don't have a filter for like in my mind I'm being whimsical, but then like someone could take that as like me mocking her or like me trying to do an impression. It's like no.
Right.
It's literally just caricature of the emotion I'm trying to convey, not even like of Cly. Like I will like it doesn't matter who I'm referring to. I will literally talk about like the people making a bad argument. It's like, and it has nothing to do with ableism, right? It's just like this is how you hear people who you think sound stupid in some form. And I was like, oh, I'm so smart, right? Like that's not even like if I can imagine that people hear something ableist in that, but that's not why I do it. I do it because like that's how the information is stored in my brain when somebody says something that has no intellectual quality. Because yeah. And I'm not being literal, but I'm trying to be relatable.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep.
I don't know why I went on that tangent, aside from the fact that I want people to understand that I'm autistic, not awkward. If there's even a difference.
I don't know.
They both start with A.
That's
So-
true.
Yeah. Damn. I may have just made a distinction out of nothing.
Oh, I can't search users in this Discord.
You did the classic Adam Smith autism,
If
which
you
is
DM them, or if you've DM'd them
Oh,
before,
right, it'll
then
show
just search your
common.
DMs.
That's right.
So just search your DMs. Sorry, what were you saying, Sai?
I was so I have a personal theory that Adam Smith was very autistic, and he said the most autistic thing that I think has ever been said, which is like, I will. What was it exactly? He says something like, "I'll never fear being overly tedious if not to be misunderstood or something like that. And it's just ironic because his entire work has been entirely misunderstood for the entire last 250 years. It's just very funny.
Yeah.
You know who I think definitely did is Schrodinger.
I'm not familiar with any of their like literary.
You know who's a filmmaker who I recently thought might have this, but like he's very functional, like to the point where he might not be like severe in the slightest, but it was David Lynch. Because
Okay.
I think that guy is like he is autistic about filmmaking, and he's living his best life. And then there's Neil
Excellent.
Breen. If you know who Neil Breen is, that guy is definitely autistic about filmmaking and not living his best life.
Oh,
Oh my god, you guys don't know Neil Breen?
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm
No?
like looking through
Seattle, you haven't answered my question though. You're just
Neil-
apologizing.
Neil Breen.
No, type in Neil Breen Red Letter Media and then watch the video from Red Letter Media about Neil Breen. But I don't care which one it is. I don't care. It's any one of them. You can even watch it on stream because it's so fucking goddamn hilarious. Anyways, I say that with love. I actually, I very much enjoy Neil Breen's like lack of a filter and an ability to hide himself and like his ego from his films. But he's like, you know how Tommy Wiseau is like, is he autistic or is he just kind of weird and from somewhere else? Neil Breen is like, no, he's autistic. This guy is like hella autistic.
Oh yeah, here it is. It's the last paragraph of chapter 4 of Wealth of Nations. He goes, I'll deal with those three subjects as fully and clearly as I can in the next 3 chapters, which I beg you to approach with patience and attention. You will need patience to examine details of which some may appear unnecessarily tedious, and you'll need to attend if you are to understand things that may appear somewhat obscure, even after I've explained them as fully as I can. I'm always willing to risk being tedious in order to be sure that I'm clear, and even after I've done my best to be clear, some obscurity may still appear to remain on a subject that is inherently extremely abstract. Which is a very tedious way to explain that he's going to be tedious.
I just want to let you know that is not abnormal for that time. In fact, until scientific literature became very much research focused, there are so many like older papers, especially around ecology, about like that are literally like written in that exact style, like with the exact same cadence, exact same superfluous aristocracy and everything. It's honestly just the way they wrote. they felt like you had to decolor and then properly paint your language, right? If that made sense.
Yeah.
They were very much like everyone, especially the elite at the time, were so focused on, well, like not being objective in their language, but just being, better than everyone else. So this is like how they sort of did that. Now we're trying to be more
We're living their best lives.
I guess so. Now we're trying to be more objective with it, right? And so we don't usually fall back on this as much until we write a book. But let's be honest, if you write a book, if you have any autism to you, it's gonna show.
Yeah. I was trying to look up something else that I could have referenced in our talk earlier about genetic modification. There's an Isaac Arthur about like far future human speciation, and I can't find it now. But if I find it, I'll send it on. It's really good.
Humans aren't going to speciate. It's impossible at this point. We have too much.
Well,
we have too much differences within like kinds than
right.
between them.
So to be fair, this is science fiction, and the second part they're talking about like millions of years in the future.
No, but you have to like, you can. Okay, so in one way this works, of course, because anything can happen between then and now, where genetics will completely be turned on their head for us. But at the moment, like, human genetics are just far too like mixed for us to speciate. really. And if anything, we're in a very steady state because we're such good ecosystems engineers that much like beavers, we have no reason to change anymore.
Well, and just from an evolutionary standpoint, we're essentially one population. We're a globally integrated society. There's no isolated population that could speciate. But from a scientific, what I imagine is in the sci-fi
Seattle
piece that you're referencing is that you would have a population of humans that's separate from Earth-based is the trope that is most commonly seen.
There is like a really deranged ethical argument that's not eugenics, but it is like, what if we end up needing eugenics? So it's like basically since we're artificially selecting and, fitness is no longer what we used to determine who can breed. And because drift will inevitably overtake our traits at some point in time, like ad infinitum, drift will be what defines who humans are, more so than our evolutionary history. But like the more time goes on, the more drift, impacts our genetics. Those could both be really like scientifically difficult reasons to argue against for not allowing genetic editing in the future. Because we're going to want to edit out drift, and we're going to want to stop, negative effects that would be naturally selected out from accumulating.
This is what, I'm a little skeptical of genetic drift in humans being like
What?
I mean, okay.
What? No, okay. Do you understand the difference between selection and drift?
Let me look again.
Drift you can't get rid of. Drift is always there. Selection is the one that can go away.
Yeah, but the drift is, my understanding is drift is typically neutral. And we don't select for fitness anymore. But
so if you were to take every single drift event that's ever happened in genetics, it would amount to something, to like a neutral distribution. Drift is like a random walk where we don't know where it's going to finish when it starts, but it's going to finish somewhere different than where it started, more likely than not.
My point is, why would we want to edit it out unless it's deleterious? And in which case, if it is deleterious...
Yeah, because it's a random walk, and part of that randomness is it becoming deleterious.
But then that would still be... I guess you're saying that we wouldn't select it out.
Yeah, because
So we would want to edit it.
We're not ableist. No, I'm just kidding. Because fitness no longer describes doesn't enforce our breeding habits as much nowadays.
Yeah, right. I guess that's kind of why I'm a little skeptical that we're going to experience drift, because...
Well, we will experience drift.
You can't avoid drift. You can't.
Okay. If your population continues to churn and we're gonna have 10 billion people, maybe I don't understand the point of the drift argument.
Because drift is a community genetic event. It's literally the accumulation of all our genetic walks. At some point, if we go in a certain direction, then we can't select that out anymore, right? So let's say, you're gonna hate this because how reductive it is. Let's say me and my brother, we've both walked in a certain genetic drift direction, very very minimal, and I'm I'm reproductively a male, just to be clear. And then I have sex with 50 women. He has sex with 50 women. We procreate with it all. I know it's very crude, but
bring it on.
Pass all of those genes on, and then that drift accumulates, et cetera, et cetera. Drift is not affected by genetic forces, but the genetic mechanisms which cause drift are more similar between people than different, obviously. So, therefore, we are more likely to have a similar random walk between generations than to have a different one. So what that means is that even though my brother and I have different alleles and all this stuff, and our offsprings all have different alleles and all this stuff, the machinery that causes us to be drifting in the direction that we are right now is so much bigger than an individual that it all kind of drifts in a total direction. And yeah, it's like, part of the drift that I send on will be filtered out by counter drift from other members in that species.
Right. And when I'm
But there
looking at
is-
this, yeah,
There
when
is
I'm
a total drift that accumulates regardless of how many genes you share.
right. And when I'm looking at this simulation of drift, then the larger the population, the less the frequency variation. So you're not
No.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
larger population, the longer it takes drift to affect the population.
okay.
And so a drift event, think of a drift event as being like your derivative in calculus, and you're integrating all your drift events to see where we're going to go.
Okay.
The effects of most drift events are muted by populations, but there's some amount that's not muted. That part that's not muted is what's added to the next drift event, and then we integrate that, and then we integrate the next drift event. That little fraction from it, right? And because there's so many people, when those drift events do integrate, they integrate more strongly now. So while we've lost our linear relationship, we enter a nonlinear relationship. It's complicated because population genetics can work counterintuitively in longer timescales, which is why like phylogenetics can be such a deep field to study. But the general idea is like you can't eliminate drift from a population no matter what you do. It will inevitably happen.
It is a background increase in genetic diversity that occurs in all lineages of all organisms. Will always be there.
And a lot of people think of that as just being like a dispersion out, right? It's not always just dispersion out. It's more like a chaotic system that while it can disperse, it can also disperse in many different directions as opposed to others. So, what seems to us to be like a dispersion of traits can also be like a channel that we're moving down, if that makes sense. I'm not like particularly well versed in this stuff, but the way that I've learned is that we can't eliminate drift with the way that we reproduce.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I'm gonna be reading up on this, I guess.
Robert Sapolsky talks about this in depth in his human behavioral biology lecture series as well.
Mm-hmm.
Those charts you were looking at, Carl, were just with respect to like a single or a set of allele frequencies. It's not
Right.
representative of the total amount of drift that would happen.
Right.
Yeah,
but
a little
I'm looking
frequency
at
is
so like the
different domain.
the definition here is to say that the right effect is the change in the frequency of an existing gene variant in a population due to random chance. So to say that you may cause variants to disappear, and that was the chart where it showed it going to 0, and it can also cause initially rare alleles to become much more frequent and even fixed, and that's where it was showing.
That's the relationship I'm pointing to, by the way.
Yeah. So those are pretty severe outcomes, and it looks like the larger the population.
But you understand with like statistics, right?
Yeah. But
with any probability and an infinite timescale, that event will at least happen.
Okay, infinite. Okay. I mean, fine.
Right? So this is all I'm saying is like at some point we might need this to counteract a drift event that we're probably not going to see coming.
Right. And it's yes, and I can see that, but that's like infinite timescales. That's why I'm looking up like the Isaac Arthur video on far future human speciation.
Okay.
Like the crazy thing where we become moon people or
But that's not like drift isn't enough to speciate with.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm thinking like it could always be worse.
You would need an isolated population in order
Right.
for speciation.
And if we have a human diaspora, if we leave the planet and we go off planet and do
Nasai,
crazy things,
you're wrong.
That's how.
Nasai is fucking wrong.
What?
Okay.
So all you
It
need are
happens.
two populations that are far enough away from each other. This is the meta community critical community's critical length, quote unquote, such that the dispersion of that community cannot impact the gene pool of the other community for long enough that they can diverge genetically.
So that's what I mean by isolated. I don't mean isolated in terms
That's
of
not
absolute.
isolated. Okay. You're triggering the fuck out of me because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I fucking hate it. No. I'm super hyper. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what you need to understand is like when you say isolated, like an ecologist like me thinks like island ecology, right? Like literally, there's probably no food web between point A and point B. What I'm talking about is something where there could be a food web between point A and point, and that would be an open relationship between them. What they would probably do, to be honest, is they would compete on two edges of a large area that neither of them could like compete against each other in. So they're, when I say like they compete, like they affect the same ecotope, but they're on different sides of it, kind of deal.
No, that makes sense. I was just saying.
And it's been shown that speciation is also ecologically selected. So speciation events that could have occurred on one island didn't because of ecological forces, as well as individual breeding fitness. Then it, even though it could have occurred or was going to occur on other islands as well, and they ended up speciating differently.
Right.
Or not.
All I was saying is that the way humans
speciating.
interact on a global level is there's enough, interaction between.
Yeah, to counteract issues from artificial selection, but not to counteract drift.
Well, not even just artificial selection. I just meant we're not going to have speciation just because of the extent to which.
You meant we're not going to. Okay, I thought the whole argument was like we're not going to have drift.
No. That's what I was.
No,
I was saying no. We're not going to have speciation because of the way that the human population.
Drift can't cause speciation because that's at this point. I think we're going to start talking about how speciation is like at the ecological level. It is determined by ecology, in my opinion.
Right.
My humble opinion. It's more taught as like evolutionary biology still. And it's not wrong to do that, of course, but I think it, lacks the bigger picture as well. There's like there are so many interesting things that come out of like. Have you guys ever explored like coevolution?
Mm-hmm.
Species co-evolve. Have you heard about the mites or parasites, I should say, in the ears of bats and how they've co-evolved with bats?
Not that one specifically. The most interesting ones to me are the arms races.
Mitochondria.
Okay, mitochondria is a whole different beast. But so these mites in the bats are they're parasitoids, and they can only breed while they're in the ear canal, right? So there's no chance. Like if the bat gets eaten, if the moth gets eaten. Sorry, I said in the ears of bats. I meant to say moths. I always screw that first detail up for some reason. Anyways, it's the mites in the ears of moths and their relationships with bat predation, and so these mice live in breed in the ears, and they not only can only ever be found in one side of the ear or the other, one ear or the other, never both, one or the other. They have this thing that they do where they literally will hijack that bat's ear canal, and what do you call it? Or the moth's ear canal, and like the balancing mechanisms they use. And of course, moth is rather simple. And when so the moth cannot hear the ultrasonic, the sonar of the bat, but the mites can. And so the mites will literally do whatever they do to make to make the moth feel imbalanced, and the moth will spiral down. And it's been shown that like that coevolution is to do with the survival rate of that mite. And if you occupy both ears, you can't do this. And B, if the moth you're in keeps getting eaten by bats, it's not very good for you, is it? But if you already have, like, if you're already sucking blood next to this ear canal, and you can already hear these ultrasonic things, and genetically you start developing associations to these things within your limited, neuronal framework, it might just make sense to just start being like, oh, there's that sound. Start sucking blood just slightly to the right now, and then now that bat spirals, and that's those little bit of differences in the behavior leads to that genetic pool just exploding, because they are just so much more competitive than their non-mutated ancestors. And that's like the beauty of coevolution, is it's almost like sometimes interactions are so close between species that the interactions themselves evolve. And I think, like, humans are always struggling with that personally, as social species. Like, we're always like kind of, straddling the fence between like, oh my God, like everything I know relates back to game theory, even though most of us don't know what that is. But at the same time, I want to think that humans are like these super intelligent creatures and stuff like that. And so we develop all like these social tricks, right? And I think at the end of the day, the answer is to stop straddling the fence, learn to be vulnerable, learn to accept that there are cheaters and liars, stuff like that, learn to be impervious to them, and focus on self-improvement, self-betterment, and improving society and the world for each other.
Nerd. No, I'm just kidding.
While you were talking about this great stuff, I fell down a rabbit hole of what is the most distinctly different human genome, and it's the San Bushman. And you look at people, you look at pictures of San Bushman, and they don't look different from other humans. They don't look like really, really different. So yeah, speciation for humans, this is what, 200,000 years of genetic isolation or more. And
we were just like fucking whoever we could find at that time.
Oh yeah. Neanderthal, ghost modern lineage, whatever it is. And now it is literally, there's no isolation boundary literally we will have to be separate from other humans on like a space colony for millions of years before we can have any kind of genetic isolation.
But just bear in mind, you don't need genetic isolation for drift events to keep.
Right. Okay, so drift. Yeah, I'll have to read more about drift and like what's the worst that can happen, right? And how likely is it to happen in such a vast population?
Well, the worst that can happen is that it doesn't need to have a competitive advantage to propagate.
Right. So we would have a certain allele become dominant across the entire. Let's say.
Well, you don't want to say
not even just dominant.
Yeah, that's because
then you have a frequency.
Dominant and recessive. Yeah. In that having a frequency and nothing actively removing it allows it to propagate, since there are no counter-selective forces against it either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even if it's deleterious.
Right.
And especially like with humans, like we're not being like, your fitness is really low, I don't want to mate with you. It's generally like we're a lot more selfish. Like we're a lot more like, are you going to give me a life where I don't have to deal with this bullshit called Mother Nature?
Right.
And I'm saying that obviously tongue in cheek with like, I love Mother Nature, but I'm very critical of you filthy humans. You disgust me.
If we have anything like a fitness model, it's basically decided by capitalism.
Weak. The flesh is weak. Oh, there's some.
I mean, if anything, our reproductive success depends. depends more on socioeconomic outcomes. So
Right.
Yeah.
our fitness model is not biological at all. There
Our
is a
fitness
fitness
model is
model.
whack, yo.
It's just socioeconomic.
Animals be looking at us and they're like, "Yo, their fitness model is whack as fuck."
So
True. They
so
they
what
do
I'm
be
getting
saying
from
that.
this is that it's me being of the Ruhr Valley German ancestry is not the reason that I'm probably autistic. Because if there was any like isolated people in the world, it was those knife makers with the cottage
Well, we're not
industry.
autistic. If anything, we're not autistic because of drift or even genetics. We're
Oh.
autistic because the normative framework, like the the allistic framework, requires so much, like so many traits to be aligned in a way that's not even statistically probable. That like neurodivergent people was always inevitable. People who did not fit the mold and who stand out because of their different traits.
Right.
Oh, I think it predates humans. I think there's a baseline level of
Yeah, there's a baseline
neurodiversity that we've
Yeah.
decided to call autism is a neurodiversity that just exists in probably at least all social mammals, I would say.
The brain is the least deterministic in terms of its output, not its phenotype. In terms of its output, as a function of genetics. So what I'm saying is, if you go from genetics, any gene associated with the brain, and you try to map out who that person will become, you'll be wrong. I'm just going to guarantee it. You'll be wrong.
Yeah, we can't explain genes that affect the brain.
You might be more right than if you just took shots in the dark, but that's not saying much because you'll still be more wrong than you are right. This is
Speaking
because
of-
this is
Sorry, go
because
ahead.
there are no like real behavioral genes. There are things that can remove or add social tools and even fully inhibit those / like make someone accelerate. But we're like, when it comes to like things like this, isn't going to be one gene, of course. It's going to be thousands. And the rate of variance between people is so high that you're never going to have an holistic framework that encapsulates all people. You're never going to have it. There is no universal law for how the human brain will turn into a person. So, or at least a self-identifying, self-aware, and social person. So, you can at least predict, of course, like maybe this person will have a cognitive deficiency because we can see that their 5-HT2A receptor is working a little funky or is going to work a little funky, right? But that's a different thing. And we don't know how that funky serotonin receptor is going to lead to behavioral outputs until you actually meet the person.
I'd just like to point out that autism is currently trending on Twitter.
Oh, you know what should be trending on Twitter? This Linux vulnerability that someone just messaged me about.
I use Windows, suck it, bitch. And then there's going to be a Windows. There's going to be a Windows
Oh my
vulnerability
god,
in
you
like
think
the
that's
next hour.
bragging about not
Yeah.
having vulnerabilities?
There's going to be something coming out in like the next hour, so like whatever.
No. Yeah. This vulnerability affects a huge number of GNU libc based systems.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's near universal at this point. It affects Debian 12 and 13, Fedora 3738, Ubuntu 2204 and 2304. It is like everything.
I'm at Ubuntu 15 on my Raspberry Pi. Huh.
Well,
Not
so
anymore, you don't.
It probably needs to get tested. It's if it uses the tunables.
It's not networked though, so it wouldn't
Okay.
have like encountered anyone to use it.
I think they need
I was
to have
just
local.
joking.
They need to have local access. I think.
Oh,
for
did you say the opposite? It's like the exploit works up until the latest update?
I think it works. I don't know. I'll have to look at the mechanism and see when it was introduced. Glibc tunables.
Yeah, but like basically, considering how bad like network engineers are at updating routers and like your commercial spaces, at least. No offense, but if you know, you know.
Yeah.
And like how common it is that like the things that we use, which use like Linux architecture, aren't going to be updated, even though that this is going to become like common knowledge in the IT world. This is an exploit that's going to be used for at least the next 5 years.
Well, depending on what the actual vulnerability, like the nature of the vulnerability, I guess. What does it actually do?
Libc affects everything that.
Well, no, but what does the vulnerability enable an attacker to?
You
do?
set a environment variable, and you basically bootstrap.
fuck.
Yeah, you set an environment variable and execute a program, and you basically get to inject code using that. But here's what I'm reading about this environment variable. Tunables are not part of the GNU-C library stable ABI, and they are subject to change or removal across releases. So it looks like this feature is probably going to get axed.
Yeah.
Or it might get axed. Having a
Neat.
buffer overflow flaw in how dynamic loader handles the tunables environment variable.
Like when we say it's going to get X, does this mean that like systems that have received no update will somehow not allow this exploit to happen?
I think that a quick patch is going to be to disable the tunables flag. That's probably a really easy fix. Like,
Can they fix it remotely?
doubtful.
If no, yeah, if not, we're fucked. Because I'm just saying, like IT people, they're good at what they do, but the things that they don't do, that's where hackers get in.
Yeah. I think what it looks like it's going to happen is that this might cause tunables to be disabled by default. That'd just be my security perspective.
But okay, so this is what I mean though. Like with my non-networked Raspberry Pi, let's say I'm using that same Linux architecture for like a security system, right? But the security system isn't networked because I don't want people gaining remote entry. Or it's networked, but not like externally. It's only local network. How is that system ever going to know without me telling it that that's disabled, right? So my point is, there's going to be a lot of vulnerable systems for this.
Yeah, there are.
This is going to be a pen testing field day.
Yep. Well, thankfully, it's a local exploit.
Oh, so you can't exploit it remotely? It sort of
No.
sounded like you could.
No, it is. You have to set the environment variable. So you need to have some application foothold into setting that variable.
Well, okay, but when I say doing this remotely, I assume like you've somehow gained remote access already.
Right. So
if you have remote
need a
access.
shell. Yeah, you need a shell.
Okay. Yeah. I get it then. That makes sense. Man, I locked my grandpa's computer once as a kid by playing with environment variables.
Nice.
Wouldn't even get it out of the bootloader. Like bootloader would not have it. And I told him it was what do you call it? The malware where they like ransomware. And then I made up a fake text message to myself and everything. It was like fake instructions. We reported it to the government.
Oh no.
They didn't.
Nice.
Nobody talked to us about it.
Oh,
They
boy.
probably figured out what it was, and it was like, yeah, no, we're not gonna waste time and energy on this. But yeah, no, yeah. He bought it though at the end of the day, because like literally, like, but the store person was like, yeah, this won't even accept like formatting. The drive won't even accept formatting requests. You fucked it up that badly.
Excellent.
I just had a
So
hard drive. I mean, back in the
Well-
90s, I had a hard drive lose platters. It's like it's not unheard of.
Right, but I'm saying like I'm saying what I did made the disk like any disk unreadable to my computer somehow.
Oh,
Because it must have it clearly like I altered something that the bootloader used and just gave it garbage, right?
Yeah.
And so every time it went to go back to that information, it just got garbage. And I'm guessing like it had like some sort of ROM that it stored it on. So
interesting.
yeah, like no computer like well this computer technician was the best in the city I was in, and he was like, yeah, no, I've this is just locked out by ransomware, you're fucked. You're gonna need a new drive.
So, how much money did you manage to get from your grandfather?
No. He wasn't having it. He's like, you pay these people, they just want more. And I was like, yeah, Grandpa, I never wanted you to pay them. I just wanted the computer fixed.
Darn it,
And
so
not for
close.
you not to blame me.
Oh man.
Obviously, I learned my lesson, so, it's not like he needed to catch me.
Okay, so the patch for this was released 7 days ago. Very.
Excellent.
Oh, and I was in PowerShell environment variables, by the way, for Windows. So, that's where you do the real damage. I think I was setting up pipelines, too, so that might have fucked with something really bad.
Are you using Chocolatey or another package manager?
Me?
Yeah.
I wasn't using anything with Power. I was literally just using the commands the computer gave me, and I knew that environment variables were pretty powerful.
Oh no.
But there were a lot of.
In your general practice, are you using a package manager?
I don't.
Okay.
That's the thing is I'm not a software person. I barely scrape by. My knowledge, my technical knowledge is advanced. I can use all of the administrative tools in the shells and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But at the end, with what you just said about, wait, are you talking about Node.js?
No, there's a package manager.
I know how packages work, right?
Yeah,
Obviously,
there is a package manager for Windows.
Really? I know that they're okay. Yeah, I just never had a purpose for it.
It's not the Microsoft endorsed one, but it's basically Homebrew for Windows. But it's not Homebrew. It's called Chocolatey.
Oh yeah, Chocolatey. I've heard of that.
Yeah, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, my thing was I hate Windows command prompt
Yeah. Fair.
and PowerShell. They both suck.
Because
Although,
my favorite thing about my favorite Linux distributions is them having a very disciplined build and a package package ecosystem. So if the package ecosystem is well tested and disciplined, you will not be upset with your experience in your operating system. And Windows without a package manager can sometimes get really dicey and uncomfortable.
That's because they've been changing the installation procedure in the Windows operating system every other major release.
And
I haven't used Chocolatey, but I use Nougat, which is what it's based on.
Nougat's sort of the underlying.
Yeah, we use Nougat in development.
Yeah.
That's our package manager with C#.net.
Yep.
Is what I use.
Yeah, and when it comes to if with my analog computing thing, if I were to make a computer architecture, I'd probably make it MIPS oriented actually, because MIPS you can do a lot more with, because it just kind of breaks all that up a bit more, and basically I'd want it so that way you can use a Windows machine on it at the end of the day if you wanted to. I don't know if they have Windows images for MIPS. They probably have something for MIPS, but the point being, I'm not a Linux diehard or a Windows diehard or anything like that. I also want Linux to be usable on it. So I'm probably going to write virtual kernels for each one and then let people run a virtual OS if they want to.
I became a Mac fan recently, and I fell out of love the minute I upgraded from Ventura to Monterey. So I literally yesterday I reinstalled my whole system because I updated and something stopped working. So
yeah.
So what's funny? I as advanced as I am, I still sometimes brick my own machine.
Yeah.
And the most recent one was me using this new security thing. And one of the cool things about it is it will tell you literally everything your machine does as a warning, as a firewall warning. So it's a local firewall. And you can be nope, can't do it. And I'm talking be on Task Manager. This is literally looking at the stack.
Yeah.
And so let me just tell you, you can get very paranoid very quickly. That's the one problem. And secondly, we do not understand the cascading impacts of closing random fucking programs enough to be using that shit. That's what I've learned.
Yes.
Windows has just got too much going on these days. I've been thinking about switching to Linux.
Well, yeah, most people, like, Windows tries to come at you so that way if you install a program, anything that program will need is there. But here's the problem. Most of these modules are meant to be, like, open-ended things that you can use on their own as well. And most people do not need the user end aspects of those. They just need the API. And Windows keeps trying to give you the user end. And with all that extra bloat, that means that, like, if something from the user end came up in that firewall and I block it, then like the program might get trained to say, like, oh, well, anything from that utility must be bad then. Right? Instead of it just being like, oh, this isn't a utility I use, I'm not going to block this. It's giving me, like, several things from this utility. I have no idea why it's coming up because I'm not aware of, like, APIs operating behind the scenes. And I'm like, I'm not using this. I'm not using this fucking thing. Right? So I close it. And then everything shuts the fuck down. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I technically was using Explorer.exe.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. No, I know not to shut down Explorer. Of course,
that one's one of the safest to shut down. It starts right back up.
It depends.
That's
it
true.
Depends, though. No, here's the thing. You need the API, and usually when you shut it down through Task Manager, you shut down the user end.
Okay.
And it won't shut down the API because it needs its file services, right?
Right.
You shut it down with that thing, it shuts down the fucking API, and you cannot bring anything back.
No, you're talking about this other utility you were using.
Yeah, run command won't work. Nothing.
Talking about,
You're
like
you're soft bricked. You're not hard bricked. Like your machine is there
one
and
of
it's still
those
doing
services
operating system
that
stuff.
starts using more CPU when it's running like the vulnerability
yeah.
scanner. I forget. Anyways, yeah.
Anti-malware service executable.
Yeah, it's not malware by its.
There's another one that's like randomly uses more CPU the busier your file system is. I forget the name of it.
Well, that's inevitable if you're actually monitoring those changes.
Right.
There's no way to do that and not have that. So
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, but if your machine can handle it, then it's, in my opinion, a little worth it. But you got to have like your machine trained, and you got to know what you're doing. And for fuck's sakes, I like when I said it to paranoid mode, I did not understand that meant paranoid mode.
Yeah. The beginning of my career was in computer security, so
It's not my strong suit. I also don't like cryptography. Mine is more in like all the full stack and development that goes up to that point, and then I hand it off to you and say, "Have fun."
I was in college. I was in college when AES was finally endorsed by NIST, and so my professor decided he was going to teach us how it worked. And
Cryptography is so fun.
Yeah.
If you're a fucking math brain, and if you're not, you will want to die.
Yep.
It's that simple. Cryptography has no gray zone. There's nobody who's like, I enjoy using cryptography sometimes and sometimes I don't. No, okay? It is only for the most hardcore math encoders.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you can make mistakes all over the place easily.
And not even know you're making them because it's cryptography. Well, I mean, like, so long as you have, like, yes and no, through what I just said, though, right? Because, of course, if what you have is fully linear and you can reverse anything you've encoded, then you should expect to see what you put in there. However, a lot of people don't realize that, like, if you, like, encrypt something with an ASCII that's been, it has its packets, it has its... or no, not its packets. It has its like way of encoding things. Then, if you don't encrypt things right, then you've started encrypting different parts of those of the words that make up like the actual bits that make up ASCII. And you've started crossing them over with each other in a way that doesn't come back naturally. Does it make? Am I getting that right? Mostly, like, you have to be aware of bit spaces with some cryptography because otherwise you fuck yourself.
Right. You
At the
can
end.
you can make patterns that are easy to decode. Like you can see that, oh, this encryption is
Oh no, I meant like non-linear effects
oh,
from merging two data sets together.
like you lose
that-
data. Yeah.
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 Does that? It depends on linearity, I'm guessing, right?
Well, so cryptography, basically you have permutation and substitution. And if you accidentally make any of your functions one way, you're done.
You know what I mean by linearity?
Linearity, as in you're using more you deviate from just a simple linear algorithm.
Well, yes and no. So linear responses will mean that like f of x equals 5 is the same, or sorry. So if I have a linear system and I take the linear function of f of 5 and I get, say, 6, x equals 6, right? Then I should be able to take the inverse function
Right.
and get 5 because that's what I put into f to get x.
Okay. Yeah, we're saying the same thing in different words.
That's known as superposition, and there's also other qualities that make things linear.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yes and no, because like you can still have logistical curves that have superposition, but they don't have other qualities that are linear, right?
Yeah. So if
Like
you have,
is all encryption linear that way?
yes,
where there's always an inverse
It must
function?
be. Like
Yeah, it
the
is.
inverse.
Yeah.
The inverse has to work. Otherwise, it's not encryption. It's a hashing function.
Okay, I just didn't want to assume that because I'm not a cryptography
Yeah.
person. I didn't know if there's some
Well,
way of like
Well, there
you
is.
you could do like nonlinear, like you can do the same function actually. So here's the cool thing about nonlinearity: if you have the same function, and I mean like literally the same function, the inverse then becomes the equation for whatever makes it nonlinear times the inverse of whatever makes it nonlinear. So you would literally separate the linear component from the nonlinear component on both functions, and then you would flip the function that you want to invert. And that's how you actually, like, you still have to then run it through the inverse linear function to actually get back to where you started.
Yeah.
But that is actually how you use nonlinear functions to get back to your linear functions. So you can cancel them out. You just have to know what the nonlinear function will be.
Okay. Interesting.
That's why
Sounded to me
I was
like what you were
thinking-
about to ask was like,
I was
because you
thinking like
mentioned
there might be
packets.
ways that it's nonlinear, so I just didn't want to assume.
Yeah,
that's why.
were you referring to a scenario where like the way it's arranged in the packets might screw you over because you've taken one block and you've put it together with a different packet and your decryption, like those were both encrypted separately, and then you've got them bundled.
I'm realizing
on the-
that was stupider than like I wasn't asking the question right because that form relies on. I meant linearity, because the way I asked that question relies on, well, does it use addressing, right? And it doesn't. It uses algorithms.
It reminds me of the elliptic curve cryptography thing, and this is actually really fascinating. Like elliptic curve cryptography sounds like it might be related, and there's this like really awesome historical thing that happened in the last decade with elliptic curve cryptography.
It could be because actually, like, a circle itself is not a function, but it turns out that the function for a circle is the top half of the circle plus the bottom half, and that makes the top half, the function, like your first function, and the bottom half the inverse function.
So I'll put this in the side chat. This is a really good story, a really good history of cryptography, and it literally happened about 10 years ago. And this is my favorite evidence that we can never truly trust our government. So
No, but I just want to point out, like, since it's political. Like, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, like, we're always going to have to trust some higher power.
Well, okay.
Like,
So
we already do, in one sense or another.
right. The NSA, the National Security Administration,
Oh yeah,
Love those guys.
paid
Oh hey,
paid
actually, they're
RSA Security. They paid RSA Security $10
Oh, I've heard about
million
this.
to
to have a backdoor.
basically, yes. They paid them to make this curve the default in their library, and that algorithm using an unsafe curve number allowed the NSA to have a backdoor.
Yeah, okay, that would make sense actually. That because the curve that I'm referring to, like, this is like a non-linear sequence, and that, like, d of x changes with your position along x, but and that's what you thought I originally meant, by the way, I think.
Oh yeah.
But with this, they are doing the same thing essentially, because if what I just talked about was like essentially a unit circle without the trigonometry, right? And if, like, this is deterministic random, so I'm imagining that it's like deterministic random along the range, which means that, like, if we were to visualize this the ellipse, and dual elliptical curve, which would be the function and then the inverse, it would get, like, taller and narrower as your input value changes. And so then you would, like, see how tall that is, run the inverse function with that height coefficient, and then you get the same random number, deterministic random number. Why do they have to put oxymorons in the fucking name?
No, it's actually deterministic.
I know it's not. I know how coders work. Yeah, there's all these paradoxes.
It needs to appear random, so it's pseudo random, but it needs to be reproducible. So it's for hashing. It's you take this function and you use it for hashing, and the same input has to produce the same output twice. So yeah.
One of my first Arduino programs that I set up onto a breadboard with some LEDs, just to make sure I knew what I was doing, was a pseudo random number generator. And what I would do is, first I would make a random seed, and this was all to determine whether or not to turn one of the array of LEDs on, and it would cycle through them. So it would turn on one of the LEDs, or sorry, it would generate a random seed. It would generate a random number from that. It would wait that long, then it would turn on the LED. That length of time that it waited becomes the new random number generating seed. And so yeah, so basically what was nonlinear about it is that you could go through this sequence of changing the state of all 7 LEDs in less than a second or multi-seconds. And one of the things I like about this way of doing random stuff is I was able to do, like, a localized seed within the nested function, and then, like, a larger seed outside of the function. So my larger seed, because I just added, like, in the nested function, just added whatever my current value was to the already existing global seed. My global seed, every time I went through that sequence, however long that took, I then put that as the new input into my seed. So this is like, in terms of, like, systems, this was incredibly linear, but incredibly time variant.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's bad for cryptography, because
I know.
if
That's what I mean. But, like, it was just like, I had watched Signals and Systems by Professor Lanterman, and I was like, okay, it'd be really easy to make a non-linear random thing, just with, parabolic functions and stuff like that. But I want to make a linear time variant random thing.
Oh boy.
With nested seeds, of course, because only one seed is kind of admittedly boring.
Yeah. I mean, Bcrypt kind of almost works that way, but it's been a while.
Well, if you kept a record of each one of your time steps, then you could work back.
Yeah.
So I guess your cryptography key would be all like the sequence of those time steps, the exact order.
Yeah, and you
value.
would need to, if you are able to observe, like, and here's the attack, if you're using this function with a secret seed in order to encrypt my password, and I'm able to observe how long it takes, then I might be able to reverse it or encrypt someone else's password.
Well, no, because the randomness isn't a function of how much data or whatever is in it. It's merely a function of randomness. I'm wondering if this could work well with analog.
I mean, it still goes back to pseudo-random now, so it's still pseudo-random all the way down.
Right. So if both machines start and then I delay the receiving end, then transmission mechanics tells us that they can both still be in the same state at every point as long as they're synchronized.
Yeah. But for practical purposes, how do you achieve that synchronization?
Well, you would admit like where you're at with all that stuff. I think the point would be to make it as difficult as possible for a listening machine to also synchronize through like a non-linear sequence to synchronize. So like one example would be you transmit data on multiple bandwidths such that like when you try to sample that bandwidth, you can only see one frequency at a time, and chances are you're going to see the wrong one. So this would be multiplexing the signal within lower frequency signals.
Well, it is getting quite late. And
This is stuff like the stuff I'm doing right now, by the way. I might have sounded like amateurish or whatever to people who actually know what they're talking about, like Sam the Human, for example.
well, you're using different terminology because you're self-taught, right?
That and this is me speculating over what will work. I'm not like if someone were to turn around and be like, "That's not practical," I'm not going to die on this hill, right? You know, it's literally just like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. So, you know, just being clear for anyone who's like, "Wait, is this person, you know, a hyper expert on everything or what?" I'm like I don't know. I'm formless. I'm formless and gormless.
It's good to admit when you're, you know, when you're orthogonal to the rest of the industry, so that I've talked to people who are master bullshitters and say that they have like written reports for the government on quantum research, and oh my god, if you know who I'm talking about, don't say anything because I don't mean
Really? I can't say. No, well, this isn't somebody who we like.
Yes, it
He's
is
not going to care.
it's not a he, but it is someone in
Okay.
in the Twitch politics circle, and I don't mean to shit talk them.
Well, can I tell who I thought I meant? Who I thought you meant? Because it's not them.
Yeah, it's not a she. Go ahead.
Brett Weinstein.
I don't know them too well.
Oh, I mean Eric Weinstein, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Ooh, that is. Get ready for a roller coaster ride with that guy.
Oh, the hedge fund director. Wait, really?
Who claims to have a uniform theory of quantum mechanics.
Oh, nice.
Something that explains everything. And guess what it is? Geometry. And you know what's funny? There have been plenty of studies done on the geometry of quantum systems. The geometry he's talking about, like he talks about the Hopf attractor and stuff like that, but then when he tries to describe it, he demonstrates that like he's thinking about platonic solids and shit. And the Hopf attractor is nothing like it's like an n-dimensional platonic solid, if anything. It's like the platonic solid you would see in the highest dimension ever. Not here on Earth, like he's describing it, because he's talking about how like there's like trigonometric constraints, stuff like that, but that's not how they describe it. So he doesn't understand it. He wrote something that's like, I'm guessing like just bullshitting about it. The entire physics community laugh at him. Guess what his right wing grift is? Can you guess?
Oh,
He's being censored.
big data.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, no, and they're too far left, and they're. Well, in his case, it's like academic elitism, right?
Oh,
Like
the
they're
Joe
not
Rogan.
tolerant.
This is where he released his paper. Oh, I'm not going to send this to like the proceedings of the ACM or physics or whatever. I'm going to send this to the Joe Rogan Experience. That's how I.
Yeah, and then soon after that, he goes on a panel with actual like quantum physicists, and they fucking rolled him. They rolled him so hard, and he's just been whining ever since. That's like his only grift, is just to keep whining.
Yeah.
He is
his
fading
name.
into obscurity, so he's not a big deal. Don't don't give him any more hype than he's worth.
Right.
But just like the absolute clownery of this guy, and to claim that he has a is it uniform theory? What am I trying to think of for
Geometric
Unified
unity.
theory.
Geometric unity.
No, yeah, that's the name of his stupid ass theory.
You're thinking of
But-
the unified theory, I think.
Yeah.
Unified theory, thank you. Which, by the way, doesn't exist for quantum mechanics yet,
No.
and it
I
would
think it's
probably
otherwise known
take.
as grand
We would need
unified
like
theory.
we would probably need like another Schrodinger to come around and do that for us. Like, sure, Einstein helped, but Schrodinger's the one who came up with, the equation where on one side you have your Gibbs free energy and the other side where you have your orbitals. Nobody else had done that yet.
This reminds me, is string theory totally dead and busted?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I've heard.
It's not like there could be ways it comes back, and there are definitely people who are like screaming about that.
But it just,
But
I've heard it provides
There's
no,
more evidence than
It provides
there's
no
more.
information about our system.
One of the ways I've heard I don't follow quantum physics because I'm not trying to teach myself that. But one of the ways I've heard people who do talk about it is like it's one of those, like in quantum physics, you either have things that like are just 100% spot on or only create more paradoxes, right? And the problem about string, like it's like you don't see that something's wrong because things aren't necessarily testable, but you just wind up with more paradoxes that don't seem to fit with each other.
Right.
And it
And-
depends on how you measure it. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I was just making a comment.
Oh, I almost got
Sure.
into like critical lengths of species and ecosystems and communities.
Oh,
but
here's
no.
a theory. Here's an article, an opinion. Peter White, string theory is dead. Oh, an interview. Wow.
and yeah, they just like every time they tried to make string theory work with the more like after more computations, after more research done, it just kept on bringing up more paradoxes, and they're like, I think that this might just actually be wrong. I think paradoxes are a sign that we
Yeah.
don't know what we're doing.
Here's the statements. The evidence is that either there is no consistent way to apply this technique, this theory, or there is an infinite number of ways to apply this theory, giving giving no predictive value to it.
Exact. Yeah. Like you could explain every paradox with string theory, but you can't use paradoxes. Like that's not what a paradox is. It's literally like supposed to be the opposite.
You know what? I had another interview. My editor, because I only host the show and sometimes I ask questions and I like have that independent mind so I can digest the subject really quickly. I'm able to sort of navigate the interviews in a way that makes it understandable and ask intelligent questions. But he does the cold calling. He does the research. He does such
Nice.
a great job. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, that was kind of like that. I'm half offering that deal where I'll do the heavy lifting leading up to it.
Yeah,
They
it's
have to
so
find-
valuable.
They have to find somebody to do the editing, because that's not my deal. but I'm doing this for free, and just to be like a member of the panel and somebody who gets credit for helping run it and semi-hosting it.
Yeah. Let's see. So on let's see if I can
Masai,
find this
would you
interview.
like an invite so that way you can join call-ins? If you're liking
Sure.
what we're talking about. Okay. I'll be giving details on the actual panel, how to call in once I've decided. Do I need to add you as a friend? No, because we're in the same server. So I take invite from my thing. Do this.
The
I've gotten
interview
very good at that.
with this guy was Massimo Pilucci, and his book is Nonsense on Stilts, or his most famous book is Nonsense on Stilts. But he had a lot to say about things that were provable and unprovable, and so like string theory was one thing he was able to beat up on a little bit. Pseudoscience, that's it. And so his example was that string theory is not pseudoscience, but it does veer away from the pure science continuum. So it's not pseudoscience, but it's not confirmable or useful.
It's well done science, but it runs into the type 1 or type 2 error kind of issue.
Right.
Where you're either maintaining a false hypothesis as if it's true, or you're rejecting a true hypothesis.
Yeah.
When I forget which one's which, of course, but I think, in order to go with string theory over anything else, you're simultaneously doing both anyways, where you're rejecting the true hypotheses that are adjacent to your hypothesis and actually filling in gaps better, while also trying to maintain your debunked hypothesis.
Right.
Classic error.
Mm-hmm.
Rookie move.
Well, I don't,
Repeatable is it a repeatable error? Now that's the question.
I don't think I have anyone to send off because I believe one of you is probably watching the stream. So all of my regulars dropped off.
Oh yeah, no, it's do you have many people?
I on Sunday I will get between 5 and 10 regulars. But
Yes.
but only because that's my standard program. And I broadcast on like 8 different channels. I restream to 8 different channels, so I got some people that will stick around on YouTube and some that will stick around on Twitch.
If you ever wanted me to present to your channel, just like a PowerPoint on ecosystem stability and biodiversity and like how they kind of link up, I would love to, and I'll put like extra effort into making sure that it's accessible and visual and fun for people to watch.
Oh yeah, I'll talk to my editor about that.
Cool.
We'd want your credentials if that works.
Okay.
And if you can present as your real persona, not your.
Oh
Twitch.
yeah, no.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Melanie, like I already do with Melanie Scarlett.
Good.
Because the thing is, like I guess I'm an amateur mycologist in a sense. Because my boss is also my academic mentor. He does have both degrees in engineering and biochemistry, and he was going to finish his PhD until he started doing the mushroom farming, which has turned out to be worth it for him. So he's very much been pursuing me to think about things like an engineer and a biochemist, as I also, navigate my own independent sort of aspirations.
Nice.
Semi-independent. Like, to be honest, right now I have an ecosystem which I run through primary succession, and I currently have ink caps. I've been watching them grow as we sit here. I couldn't see the stipe before it was covered by the caps, and since then, this stipe aka the stalk, is now as long as the cap is. So that means it's grown about twice in size since we started having this discussion. I've been watching it the whole time.
Wow.
Oh, geez.
And that's just from this has been dry for about a month. All I did was add water to it, but it's had them it's had fruits before, so it makes sense that it would happen again. What this ecosystem needs now, since it's gone through primary succession with these lower order forms and a lot of metabolic conversion on that level, are grasses and rooted plants. Although this is in a 350 milliliter mason jar, so I'm probably just going to put some like chia in there or something, and then focus on the invertebrate diversity and stuff like that, and eventually integrate this into a larger system.
Could use oregano. Have you thought about that?
Oh no, this can't handle anything with like remotely deep roots. Like it has to like be like less than a centimeter deep roots.
Oh,
Like this was an experiment of, if I took a mason jar, how much can I pack into the substratum?
gotcha.
Especially after succession. And it turned out I really need to dry this out and do this before I could plant something in there, because there were so many exopolysaccharides, which are like, imagine like when algae releases sugars around it and it builds up, because they're not as water soluble as they should be. When those start to build up, they can kind of like fill the gaps between the soil and get rid of how aerobic it is, and nothing wants to grow in there. And they also kind of like clog up the roots, because
Gotcha.
plants are also primary producers, and they also release sugars to their roots as like a waste product.
Yeah, and that's what your fungus needs now, right? That sounded like what you were saying?
This fungus is a generalist metabolizer, from what I can tell. So it's both feeding off of the decaying organic material in there, but there are also former exudates of plants that have rooted that it's still probably living off of. So it tends to grow and like grass and stuff like that, not because it's like attacking the grass roots or like, but it's either living off of the grass roots that are dying just naturally at all times, and or the exudates that are in the soil.
Gotcha.
And this is
It all goes back to mushroom.
Coprinus something
Is
is the genus.
is the mushroom the socialist version of the crab evolution? Is
Oh,
that it?
100%. Oh my god. Mushrooms? Okay, so I could glaze mushrooms for you all fucking night. And it's not just because I work with them. Like, they are literally... Like, first of all, did you know that, like, they're in their own kingdom? Right? There's eukaryota, bacteria, protozoa, and then fungi.
Hmm.
Think about that for a second. They are some of the most non-related to us of any of, like, the things that we find growing out of the ground, aside from the bacteria, which we always knew that. And yet, you know, they look so much like plants, and they even have sexual reproduction with like 4 gametes released from their spore-producing cells. So, you know, the similarities are amazing in some ways. It's like how mycelium networks are like brains, right? Their ecological roles are like, if you took mushrooms out of any ecosystem,
It'll die.
ecosystem, it'll degrade in quality. So it'll stay in its same regime, but it'll lose much of its niche of like much of the high quality nutrients it's exchanging, and you will experience like a partial degradation. So things like trees and stuff like that, most trees that have mycelial relationships or mycorrhizal relationships with fungi aren't like, you know, super dependent on it. It's not obligate commensalism, or my brain's starting to melt, but it's not obligate. So if that mushroom dies, the tree can live. But there are plenty of nitrogen fixing plants where if you got rid of the mycorrhizal fungi in them, they can no longer fix nitrogen.
Oh,
They
yeah.
cease to exist.
Hmm.
That is such an amazing feat of like.
So I've grown soybeans in this jar that I'm talking about, and I could observe the arbuscular mycorrhizae through the glass.
If you're able to like engineer that into yeah, I mean, this is like the holy grail for
space travel.
Well, no, it's for getting rid of fossil fuel production of nitrogen, of
Yep.
nitrous oxides. It's like there's the P and the K, those three different fertilizers, and the N is the one that is driven by fossil fuel, and literally, like we are burning our atmosphere to feed the world.
The other way of putting that is like processes. Like there are like industrial processes for fixing nitrogen, converting it to ammonia through like catalytic processes. It's just entirely costly, and nobody's willing to
Right.
invest that money for that purpose.
Well, you could use
And then the other
nuclear.
side, and organic pools.
Same thing with the hydrogen feedstock for that matter.
Yeah.
Pools of organic nitrogen, and this is opposed to inorganic, which would be like N2 in our atmosphere, don't last very long. So it's not the same as like hydrocarbons, which accumulate in such density that nothing can like live in them, and they preserve themselves for thousands of years under, preserved in the same conditions by being so deep in the ground. Ammonia pools typically only occur at the level we're at, and they disappear as quickly as they appeared. So we could theoretically use like fish tanks to generate ammonia actually. And there's a lot of interesting ways to do that with bacteria and fungi. But the problem with this arbuscular mycorrhizae deal is that this is actually a very slow process, and the plant needs a lot of it. So, for example, in my jar, this is not big enough for a soybean. I had to keep cutting off leaves so that way it wouldn't grow as much, wouldn't actually do that much. And then towards the end, it just wouldn't make fruit because the process of actually uptaking nitrogen was too slow in there. And like the organic nitrogen I was adding, it's like these kind of plants tend to like not want organic nitrogen as much or not be ready for it. I don't know about farm plants. Like these aren't farm soybeans, right? These are like, I don't know, ones that you get from bulk barn. So, they're more like the ones you get for food, but not the ones that you're doing for like industrial crop purposes. So I don't expect them to be ready to take up both like fertilizer and what they get from the arbuscular mycorrhizae. They're probably more naturalized that way and just want to deal with the mycorrhizae. So that's why I assume it didn't work. But interesting fact, did you know that without enough sulfur, plants can't even utilize nitrogen enough anyways?
Huh.
They can't utilize, it's more so potassium or phosphorus that they can't utilize. So sulfur is like the next thing in that list.
And doesn't it depend on, it was either fungi or maybe it's bacterial to liberate sulfur from the inorganic compounds in the soil?
It's bacterial. And so this is actually such an interesting metabolic loop because this metabolic loop can literally sequester sulfur into the soil and cycle it through there for like ever. And it actually lives off of that because you have your sulfate reducers and your sulfide oxidizers. So your sulfide oxidizers, they get energy from, or because this is like a pretty reversible processes because of the actual compounds involved. They get energy from basically putting reducing sulfide first. They get an electron, and then they put some other then they actually oxidize it by putting like a hydrogen-based or oxygen-based compound on it. So they get energy from it, and then they give it back like kind of like a "ha gotcha" kind of thing, right? Well, the sulfate reducing bacteria are actually something known as photochemotrophs. Now that's really important because algae, for example, are not photochemotrophs; they're photoautotrophs. Photoautotrophs mean that you're taking an inorganic, non-mineral, non-like biogeochemical substance, like something from the air that's non-fixable, and making it fixable through your process, and that's your food, right? So like that makes sense. That's the carbon dioxide from the air and the light. What sulfate reducers do is they say, okay, well you've handed me this low-grade OR group onto the sulfur functional group. You think you got me, but here's what happens. See, I do the same thing that these algae do, but with your organic sulfur, and it converts it back to what's technically a higher state for the oxidizing bacteria, but that's because they're anaerobic. Sulfate reducing bacteria tend to appear higher up in the soil column, where things are more what's known as suboxic, where there's not super high oxygen levels, like not like what we like, but just enough that they can, use the oxygen around them in the ways that they need. And that's pretty I don't want to get into that because that's actually the oxalate pathway, which, my God, if you don't know what oxalate is, you definitely don't want me to start explaining it.
Oh my God. So this is interesting. You were on the Tachyon Blue debate about Gamergate?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I might need to watch this.
It's one of those things where had I known exactly how he planned to take the literal 100 sources that I would have had to go through his the sources he sent, and known exactly how that was going to fit on his conspiracy board, and what kind of how he was going to overcome the known talking points about Gamergate versus how he's going to use all this other bullshit to buttress his own talking points, then I would have been ready for him step for step, right? But that's just one of those things that if you weren't there and you haven't dedicated your life to studying this thing, all you can really do is like try to restate common knowledge, and
No,
he doesn't want to fucking hear it.
Oh man, I'm so like, how would I participate in this content in a way that does not do direct harm to the people in my life who are impacted by Gamergate? Because I was in, and I guess I'm still in the games industry until I get a job outside it. I'm still in the games industry. Even if I have like a 10% shift towards his perspective, why am I going to chase that? Unless he's actually doing a legitimate, like historic presentation of Gamergate as an event.
In my defense, it was more of like an intellectual curiosity.
No, that's fine. That's
he had never debated anybody within the space.
Yeah.
Most of his stuff on YouTube was interviews and debates with nobodies.
Okay, yeah.
I wanted to know what he would be like to debate, because I already talked to him about other stuff and a bit about Gamergate, and I at least knew that he was a good faith person. And he is. He actually is. His community is also very chill. Nobody's gotten mad at me for shit or anything like that. I think you can talk to him because he's enough removed from the bad side of Gamergate that the people are safe. But at the same time, he's very vigilant. Like, he would immediately get rid of anybody who would make our case for us, right? So at that much, he is safe. And you could probably even say this person, is targeting somebody because of the Gamergate shit. I know you're not okay with that.
Right.
You might want to get rid of them.
Well,
but I understand, this is the thing with when I'm calling out the debate stuff and people feeling harassed at the debate panels for being trans. If I mention their names, that is some people are still literally so rapid. There's no way I can mention examples without them getting harassed.
Right.
And I know that they don't want to be. They left because of it.
Yeah.
So how can I do that? How can I do that responsibly?
Yeah. I would not if there is any way that this is not a historiographic project, if this is, because from what I'm seeing on the list of interviewees and the list of stuff that he's done, I'm very skeptical about him being good faith. It looks looks like it
his problem is that he's too obsessed with it.
Well, fine.
And
you could be obsessed with it, but you need to, if you want to really dig.
I'm not running as much defense as you think. You could totally be right.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is my interactions with him, tells me that he really is just trying, like, he has this very strong set of beliefs. He's got a lot of copium going on.
Right.
But he passionately does believe that Gamergate was attacked unfairly. And
Okay.
he is trying to make his case the best that he possibly can. It's funny because he's like, I think I hold myself to high standards of journalism. And I asked him, do you think you're a propagandist? He's like, no. He's like, dude, I think you lack self-awareness. So he does have issues, but I think it's a matter of like trying to get him to see what he's doing.
Yeah.
And once we do, then he might actually start to have a change of heart. And at the end of the day, like when he wins debates, it's because this is a complex topic that he just knows more about. He's always going to know more about it.
No, with me, he will fall apart.
Right. So
I know
Get his
so
ass.
much about this, and it's.
I'm just telling you the meta narrative that he is
Okay.
avoiding with himself is that he's actually a propagandist,
right.
and he doesn't want to admit it.
And I don't, as a person who is literally 1 to 2 degrees of separation from primary targets of Gamergate, I
Brianna Wu
will
was
not.
was in Food's server while he was in there.
Who's that?
Brianna Wu was in his server while he was in there.
Yeah. So if Brianna Wu talks to him and he gives her space to talk about the actual targeted harassment, then maybe.
Not receptive to the harassment part. Like that's the issue, right? Is
Right.
he has this instinct for what hurts his propaganda and what helps it. He's just not willing to call it propaganda.
Right.
So, I think it's about getting him to understand, like, if you want to do journalism, this is what you should be talking about.
Right.
Not trying to minimize the harassment, not trying to say, well, there's only very few people actually involved when there clearly wasn't. Yeah, no, he says that, but it's because he thinks he has sources that are valid. He genuinely does. I'm just telling you.
God, Mercedes Carrera made me take my account private. I like. Okay, I called her an ambulance chaser.
I don't think he doesn't like her. I'm aware of that. He does not like Mercedes Carrera.
Oh yeah, no, but still, these are people who were like pivotal figures in the Gamergate movement,
Right.
and there's no way to like admit that it was a movement and say that these were the minority perspective. Adam Baldwin, all of the literally the three names that I gave him: Mike Cernovich, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Steve Bannon, all background figure stuff. But
he sees that as like a fringe, right? He sees that as only being like, he sees the ethics and gaming journalism thing to be so much bigger because I think that's how he entered it.
Okay, but
and so
who
for him,
were
that's
the
always been the
ringleaders?
biggest component.
Who were the people who rallied support and organized?
So what you need to get through to him,
Oh, God,
I
yeah.
think.
Oh.
I know what you're saying, and I get why you're asking this, but he seems to think that when Gamergate erupted, that this was the start of everyone talking about ethics in gaming journalism. And it wouldn't have happened without that. And that you need to get him to understand that that discussion was always existing, and it only blew up because of right-wingers who wanted it to attack feminists.
Okay,
Otherwise, nobody would have cared about Anita Sarkeesian. Nobody would have cared about Zoe Quinn. Nobody would have cared about any of these people.
the actual ethics and games journalism movement started 6 years before that. It started with Giant Bomb being founded. This is the
Can you send me
Yeah.
a source to that? Because I've never heard of Giant Bomb.
Oh my
but I
God,
knew
yeah.
it had started much earlier because I've been listening to a few people, including Zoe Quinn's book, about this, and they all seem to agree that gaming and ethics journalism did not start with Gamergate. Like, it's not like nobody was talking about this stuff before and then suddenly they were, right?
Yeah.
They were of course talking about it. It just wasn't inflammatory and anti-feminist.
Right. No, we had sort of this crowdsourced games coverage through Penny Arcade, and that's how I'm connected
Right.
with a
I
lot
know
of these
that,
people.
yeah.
and I'm in the area, and so I've seen the good that having a very transparent public figure like Mike and Jerry from Penny Arcade, with them talking about games and talking about their interaction with games journalists, and seeing that develop since the early 2000s. And then, but they make comics. They're not putting in the time to actually do thorough investigative work. And this is what Giant Bomb did. Giant Bomb, Jeff Gertzman actually put in the hard work to do thorough investigative work on games and be honest, transparent games journalists at a time when GameSpot was corrupt.
Was? Some say it still is to this day.
Probably.
Something else I don't think he understands is like, we against Gamergate understand that up until then there was a separation between gaming journalism, for the most part, there had its issues, and toxic geek masculinity and how that affected women in gaming spaces.
Right.
Relatively speaking, right? As much as you could get. And nobody's trying to equate those two until Gamergate hijacked ethics and gaming journalism.
Well,
that's when they start becoming inseparable.
I think that the narrative and looking at how their conspiracy board fills out, it's the narrative that Phil Fish was the first victim of Gamergate, and
like on the Gamergate side.
Yeah, but Phil Fish had his shit hacked before it was called Gamergate. And that's okay. It can still be the same movement.
Yeah, it seemed like once the movement erupted, a bunch of people were there to bring up old gripes, and then there were certain things that people tried to like run with that with as being like the point of the movement.
Right.
I have a pretty good overview with this. My problem was like in that debate is that wasn't enough. It just admittedly was not enough.
It takes pretty. So once it's like debating with a flat earther, you have to have intimate knowledge of the entire subject.
Yes and no. Okay. Because honestly, they fail to understand experimentation so badly that when they actually are like someone pays them to try out an experiment and test their hypothesis and it doesn't work, they still try to think of a way for it to work or why those negative results still fit.
I set the boat out into the middle of the lake, but by the time they were across the lake, the laser was pointed at his head, so I had to fix where the laser was. Oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was so good. And of course it was taller, exactly the height difference that you would expect it to be that distance out.
Right.
So, and I think, this is like, it's like you need to find like this standard that they ought to have as gaming journalists that they're not using by supporting Gamergate.
Right.
And I think that there is an argument there, but the problem is like I said, he thinks of himself as a journalist. And I'm sure like he wants to be, and he truly believes that. And he is an author, but just those like wanting to be and authoring something does not make you an ethical journalist who holds yourself to high journalistic standards, which he does not do. He just simply doesn't. Like the other side of things is to point out the inverse, right? All the ways he cherry picks. And I just didn't have time to map that out. And especially not like detailed enough knowledge to, describe why he's cherry picking, just to point out the gaps in his knowledge.
Oh, I'm reading about the dismit, like Gerstmann leaving Giant Bomb, and it's pretty sad.
Oh, okay, you're reading that?
Yeah. Oh. Fandom acquired Red Ventures, including Giant Bomb. So.
Oh man,
classic.
in the debate,
Fandom's just acquiring everything.
So top 5 you can either call it best or cringiest debate intros ever. And I mean, this absolutely tops like bringing a literal PowerPoint to your intro in a debate for like Twitch Sphere. He played a 5-minute video of testimonials from women and people of color saying, "I support Gamergate." And I shit you not, that's all it was. I'm not even like, I can't even like add like, I couldn't make that up if I tried. I would not expect anyone to think that that's like what someone wants to see. And this is what I mean, right? Like anyone who's critical of media knows that that's propaganda. There is no journalistic value to that aside from maybe saying like, look at this sample of people, right? But aside from that, like it's clearly feels over reels all day with that.
Yeah.
Here, some people will agree with me.
He probably saw it in like the better case where it was like him proving that the characterization from the left is just so damn wrong. Not realizing that in order to make that argument, he's relying on principles of, manipulated information and, people's psyches. That way we perceive that information differently.
Yep. All right.
But that's probably why he doesn't examine that in himself either. So
Yeah. I am turning into a pumpkin.
me too.
Yep.
Wait, it's the right time of year to be a pumpkin, though. That's not
It
that
Sure.
bad.
It is.
Not a bad thing.
Wait, no, is it though? Because people are eating pumpkins.
That's true.
It's people. You get to be a jack o' lantern, which is pretty sick. I'd like it if my face had a glowing. Glowing eyes is pretty fucking awesome and hardcore. Not worth being eaten though. So
I don't know. You might be safe because usually pumpkin pie is actually made with butternut squash, not pumpkin.
oh no, wait. So then my destiny is being left out on a porch to rot.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah. All right. Well, for whoever watches the VOD, thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, this has been